Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. I'll get off. I know it's executive session.
Yeah, hi. Bear with me 1 second. Hey, Glynnis.
Hi, Alicia. I see that you've posted a note to me. We are going to start over here, take roll call, and then we're going to move into executive session. I just had a conversation with our attorney. Alicia, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. I was a little worried.
Me too, because we do have a separate Zoom number for the executive session.
Yep.
Alicia, maybe you can actually share the screen for the agenda showing the time, so people know that they're going to be sitting here for 45 minutes.
Okay, I'll do that.
So I got Carol, Chris, Jerry. All I need is Ralph, and we can do this. The only reason I'm not doing that, Alicia, because I'm jumping off. Participants. We need Ralph. Just, where's Ralph? Okay. Good evening. This is the Hideout Town Council of May 13th, 2021. I am going to, there's no anchor site. This is an electronic meeting only. No anchor site. I'm going to call a roll for council attendance. Carol?
Here.
Chris?
Here.
Jerry?
Here.
Ralph? Ralph?
Here. I was just allowed.
Thank you,
in.
Ralph. Okay. So we have a quorum, and we have a need to move to executive session for discussion of pending or reasonably imminent litigation, personal matters, or sale acquisition of real property. Need a motion to move to executive.
Also move.
Thank you. Second.
Unknown caller.
I'll second. This is Chris.
Thank you, Chris. All right. Jerry,
Yes.
you okay to move? Ralph?
Yes.
Okay. Chris?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
All right, so we are moving to executive session, and we will be back around 6:45 as the agenda shows, and reopen to the public portion of the meeting. Thank you all for your patience.
And just for a technicality, we are moving to another Zoom location. We have to say
Yep.
where we're holding it. So that's our location.
Okay, okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Polly.
thanks.
All right, good evening, Alicia, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just getting co-host capabilities.
Okay, so once everybody's in, we'll get going here,
Perfect.
resume the meeting.
Oh, and I see Bob's in the meeting.
I am here.
Well, wait till I call roll, Bob, but thank you.
I think technically you already called roll though, right?
It's on the agenda to call it again in the public session again, because we're returning from somewhere else. All right, so I've got Jerry, Bob, Chris, and Ralph, maybe. Do I have Ralph? Can he come in?
I'm here.
Yeah, there he is. Okay. So this is a resumption of the Hideout Town Council meeting of May 13th, 2021. I'm calling the meeting to the public session back to order. And I'll take a roll call. So Bob. Bob Nadelberg, are you there? Bob Nadelberg.
All right, I am here.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Ralph? Ralph Severini? Ralph?
I'm here as well, double muted though.
Carol?
Here.
Thank you. Chris?
Here.
Jerry?
Here.
Thank you. We have the full council present and we can proceed. The first order of business is approval of the minutes from March 11th and March 25th. I personally reviewed them and found no problems with them, but we need to hear from you guys.
This is Chris.
Anyone in council?
I have no changes.
This is Carol. No changes.
Same here. Good job.
Same here.
I did not get a chance to review either, so I will abstain from a vote.
Okay. So I need a motion, please, to approve if you all have no issues with them.
I so move.
Thank
A
you.
second.
Thank you, Ralph. All right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay, Bob?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Carol?
Yes.
Yes. And Ralph?
Yes.
And then Jerry abstains, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Takes care of that. The next section is public input. The floor will be open to any attendee to speak on items not on the agenda. So
Phil,
the way
I
we
will
do
note
that-
that you're not sharing the agenda if you meant to.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was up with Alicia, but it's should be sharing it now.
Yes.
When I came back, I'll take over then. So the way we do public input is that you get your hand raised. So I see a hand by Nikki Key. So let me put that, let you in. And then Chris, do you want to give an introduction to that?
Yeah. Is it okay if I do a screen share?
Sure, let me stop sharing.
Okay. Hopefully you're seeing, oops. What is going on? Hopefully
Yep,
you're
there-
seeing a flyer on the screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I know Nikki has a few things to say, but I just want to start off by saying Nikki contacted Hideout and asked if Hideout would be a host sponsor of the Dwinell Community Cleanup Day. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Nikki.
Great, thanks guys. I wanted to thank you for being so open to joining our annual Dwinell cleanup. And I've lost count how many years we've done in a row, and it's grown from just a small group of us to last year we had quite a bit of help, even though we were social distancing and everyone kind of went out on their own. But this year I've had a few people ask, which is always awesome, to bring back an annual community event. And so we're going to host, with the help of the town of Hideout, on Saturday, May 29th from 12 to 3. And we would love for you to check in at the retreat park, where we can hand out some trash bags and a map of the dumpsters and help organize so we're spread out. Typically, we start within our own communities and then hit some of the areas that lie in between the different neighborhoods. And not to kill yourself, it's only a couple hours, but you'd be surprised how much trash we can pick up in a couple hours. And so we'll rendezvous back to the retreat park. And I solidified the food truck this morning. So I've paid for like 400 tacos. So we need lots of people to help and then of course eat the tacos. And it's a bring your own drinks little after party. And it's super fun to get all of the different communities together. And we've done a number of things in the past, but it's a wonderful way to meet people outside of your neighborhood and do a really awesome and amazing thing. I noticed they cleaned 248 up, so now we can really focus on the trails and some of the connecting pieces between the two neighborhoods. And so it's very effective. I want to thank all of the sponsors that are helped putting this on. Homes has donated their dumpsters, and I talked to Melissa today, and she's going to help make sure that there's some space in those. I'm still reaching out to a couple other builders that may help us participate with the trash cleanup, dumping some extra trash bags in there. But I invite all of you to participate. It's super fun. And again, I thank the town of Hideout for not just be, willing to help advertise, but to double down and get some dumpster location and some help with some of the admin stuff. So again, thanks so much. And you can either go, we have a little website page set up with more information. My phone number's on there. I'm just at the north end at the retreat neighborhood. Call me for anything. And if you have more, questions or want more details, just let me know. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Nikki. So thanks for that. For the Hideout people, the dumpster will be up here by the town hall. So if you're out collecting trash in the neighborhoods and looking for a place to put it, that's where it will be.
Should we post this on our website?
Yeah, Carol Custerly will take care of that. I see a hand from Jared Fields. Hang on a second, I'm getting there. And Chris dropped out. Mr. Fields, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I will be brief, and I'll let you and the town attorney know at the beginning. I'm not going to say anything relating to any litigation matters. I just have one comment I want to make based on, I guess, a few comments I've heard in recent meetings of both the council and the planning commission. And I forgot to mention I am representing Mustang Development. But the comment is one that I know I've made in various forums to the council in the past, which is that I hope the council will not assume that everything that is said, and that the community will not assume that everything that's said about Mustang or any other developer is always true. I've heard accusations in recent meetings about the nature of approvals of certain subdivisions years ago or interactions between previous administration and developers. And a lot of times these comments are originating by people who were not involved at the time. And I don't want to get into a big back and forth. I'm not sure that's productive, but I hope that the council will take seriously its responsibility to treat all parties objectively, to focus on the town's best interests prospectively, and be careful in these meetings of encouraging or soliciting comments that are damaging towards any particular property owners or developers, or based on kind of factual accusations that at this point are more rumor and lore than facts. So that's really the comment. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know you have a busy agenda, but that was what I had to get on and say.
Hey, this is
Thank
Chris.
you, Mr. Fields.
Yeah, I just have a comment since Mr. Fields, you brought this up. You know, we've heard these generalizations from in writings and et cetera. Do you have anything specific that you're commenting about that was said by anyone on the council, since you're, you know, giving this general admonition to us? Is there anything specific?
Well, I would need to be a little bit careful here because, as the town attorney knows, we do have some matters that are subject to litigation, and I'm obviously hopeful that we'll find a resolution to that. But I do have some examples that are related to allegations in that lawsuit, and I don't think it's productive to kind of go back and forth about that right now. But another example, which is not subject to that lawsuit, and candidly, I can't recall if I've heard it in this meeting or just in the planning commission meetings, are implications that the approval of the shoreline, the preliminary approval of the shoreline subdivisions years ago were somehow not properly reviewed or not arm's length, or you know, that there was some impropriety or something like that in the approval of those subdivisions, and or self-dealing. These are the kinds of terms that get thrown around that give us some concern. So there are other things that obviously we've kind of raised with the town attorney, and hope that we will be able to reach resolutions, but that's kind of the best example I can give you right now.
Okay, I appreciate it. We've just had generalizations thrown at us through various sources, including including, you know, letters that have been published. So if there's something that this council has done or said, we would really like to know specifically what that is, and not just have a general accusation, you know, thrown our way. Because I can say I've served on this council now, this is my 4th year, and this current group that we have is quite respectful and has been treating everyone fairly. So I see actually no basis for criticism, you know, a generalization. So I would, you know, ask you in the future, just if you've got a particular issue, you know, tell us specifically and cite a date and time and a person, and, you know, I'd like to hear that.
Okay. Thanks, Chris.
Can we remind folks who are on a telephone line how they raise their hand? I see there's a few folks in with telephone only.
Alicia, that's *6, maybe?
Star 9.
Star 9.
Star 9. Star 9. So if you wanted to make a comment in your telephone only in this portion of the meeting, you do star 9. I'm looking at the list. I don't see any more hands for this portion of public input. And so I am going to close public input and move on to the public hearing. So the first item in the public hearing is staff review of Deer Springs revised phases 2 and 3, now renamed 2A and 2B. I have to see if I am sharing the right version because I think you're still seeing the agenda.
No.
No?
We're seeing the staff report that I think
Right.
was.
Okay, good. All right, that's I'm doing it right. Okay, so with this, is Thomas on?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks, Thomas. Would you be so kind as to take us through, or do we need to hear from the applicant first?
Why don't I frame it real quickly for the applicant, and then if there are some specifics afterward, we can walk through that. But I'll just give you a quick overview of where we are with the proposed subdivision. So we have been working with Nate Brockbank and his team on this project. And over the course of the past couple of months, there were some concerns with regard to layout, et cetera, particularly in what was known as phase 2 and 3. That is now being proposed as phase 2A and 2B. Hopefully that doesn't get too confusing. But what the applicant did is do some redesign work with regard to how these, how the units and how the structures were laid out in those two phases. And so there's been some significant changes based on comments that were received by the Planning Commission and town planner, town engineer. And so maybe I will stop there. And I think Nate is on the line and they could walk you through what some of those changes have been. I think maybe Tyler is going to walk you through some of those changes. Is that right, Tyler? Are you there?
I saw him come in, but I haven't unmuted him. So
okay, there he's the co-host now. And is he unmuted?
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I am here, and they have asked me to walk through and highlight the changes that we've made. So,
and
the original.
I'm sorry. Can you introduce yourself and what you're representing or who you're representing?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I'm Tyler White. I am a civil engineer with Perigee Consulting and have been designing the Deer Springs, we've been working with phase 1, but as well as phase 2 that we have been designing over the past about year. And
Tyler, do you have documents you want to share? Should I allow you to share your screen?
I don't. The ones that Thomas has in his packet are adequate for what we're doing. So Thomas,
Mayor,
if you don't mind,
tell me what.
Mayor, those are on the next page. You'll see them if you scroll down.
Yeah, I just wanted to know where he wants me to start.
Right there is
and they're down a little further. Go ahead.
Right there, you can see the overall phasing plan and where phase 1 is, and what was. Sorry about that. What was phase 3 and phase 2 have turned into roughly 2A as phase 2 and 2B as what you see as phase 3 in that exhibit there that shows the phasing. So we started out with a concept or with a design that had the connecting road from phase 1 up to Jordanelle Parkway, and it had we had it in design, and then as we got into reviews and the Planning Commission reviewed it, as well as TNO, they had some comments about the number of walls and the new city ordinance that we went back through and redesigned. And the maximum road grade ordinance, which were the two main ordinances that affected the design that we started with. So working closely with Thomas and Ryan, we were able to come up with a design that better meets the ordinances for road grades and retaining walls. We had some small sections of the road that were 12%, and the maximum grade on the roads were 10, and we were able to meet those grades in our roadways. It did produce more cut on the site, but it also allowed us to shift some walls, and in a combination between shifting walls and shifting the upper road that connects phase 1 to Jordanelle Parkway, we were able to reduce the amount of retaining walls that you see. And so it's not so, it met more of what the Planning Commission's requirements were for walls. So the design that we ended up with, so in the original proposal there that is on your screen now, shows the walls that were originally proposed. So you can see the road as it was it had some back-to-back walls between phase 2A there in the foreground, and the future phase just in the road below it. That was some significant retaining that the Planning Commission wanted to reduce. And so the revised proposals, by shifting the road, we essentially moved grade up the hill behind the units between our upper road and Jordanelle Parkway. We increased the walls a little bit there, but you don't see them downhill between those units in the future phase and phase 2. So those were the major things, the two major items that we were able to address for the Planning Commission were the walls, where they lie, the number of walls, and then the road grade as it went from phase 1 up to Jordanelle Parkway. And so we have some 3D views here that just show different perspectives of what that might look like in a rendering that we were able to have done to illustrate the walls.
Yeah, but just for clarification, in these two views, I think you're able to see the elimination of the tiered, the terraced retaining walls from top to bottom. Yeah.
See that they're all in here and then go away. Okay.
That's right.
Anything else you want to talk about, Tyler?
No.
There's a new phasing plan here somewhere, right, Thomas?
There is. It's a little further down. I put the comparison after this page right here. There's a before and an after. So what you're showing right now is the existing phasing plan that's part of the MDA, and the one right below it is the proposed phasing plan. So you can see that 2A is roughly corresponded to prior phase 2, and 2B is a portion of 3 of the originally proposed phase 3. And we've worked with Nate and Tyler and his team, and certainly this will have to be incorporated into the MDA. So we'll have to do an amendment with regard to the phasing plan, but we'll get that in there, as well as the timing of a couple of other things.
So was the intent here to get the road cut up to Jordanelle faster than what was originally outlined?
No, it gets it up there slower, because we had 12% grades, which made it rise faster, but the new ordinance was a 10% grade, and so we met the 10%, so it rises slower.
And Jerry, I think your question might be in terms of timing, the actual construction timing, and I think that is indeed.
Oh, sorry about that.
I wanted to make that connection. But
let me explain. This is Nate. I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
So
Yes,
Jerry,
you are, Nate.
we had a requirement that we could only do so many houses in phase 1 because of the fire code. I think it was 31. And then we worked out something with them. We could get more if we put a loop road in at the very bottom. And we did that. And then we were just going to do 2A basically. From the top of Jordanelle, they would let us do another 30 homes in 2A. And then we just decided as a team to come and do 2A and 2B to make that connection, but we weren't planning on making that connection this year. When we first drafted, when we first started this development, because it's just such a big phase. I think there's 75 or 77, I can't remember. So we were just going to come down from Jordanelle Parkway and not make the connection this year. But we decided with how good things have been in sales and the market's just really good. So we decided to do that. Like I said, we turned in our plans in November, and Thomas and Ryan, we worked extensively with them because they hated our walls. We had massive walls on this site. This is a very, very hard site to build. So we had massive walls, and working with them for the past, like I say, 5 months, we have a considerably better plan. And it seems like that is always the case with Thomas, with Lakeview and Deer Springs. But we have reduced, I don't know the number, but I would guess it's just half of our walls. We added a little bit of footage for the road, maybe 300 extra feet of road, but we did reduce a considerable amount of walls, and they didn't even want to put us on the agenda because I was asking to get on agenda just to see what you guys think until we had these walls worked out. And it took us this long to get the walls worked out. But we do have a better development, and we try to get as rid of many walls as we can, but we still have a few.
Well, my comment, Nate, and this is Ralph speaking, is I remember the steepness of the slope, particularly on the, call it the right side of the first phase. And, from what I can see, getting rid of those walls makes a lot of sense. Walls don't make sense from my previous experience outside of this town and this town, So good job, I think, from, if you reduce that slope, you reduce the walls, it just looks better, and hopefully the drainage will improve as well. I'm sure you guys took that into consideration.
Yes, we did. And yet, the main thing and another thing that Thomas really was pushing is if you look between our two roads, if you look at our first plan, we didn't have basically any open space because it was all walls. And so we moved, I think it was 4 or 6 units into phase 3 from phase 2B. And it opened everything up. Thomas, I think you have to go down maybe, but it was just another great call by Thomas to get those lots moved out of there. And it gave us a lot of open space that we didn't have. You can see, that was our first plan. We had no open space there, but we moved some of those units and got rid, like I say, we got rid of a tremendous amount of walls. And we just by where it took a long time, which was, right there, you can see our open space now where we just had walls. Now, actually where it's circled, right there. And so, it's going to make it feel just much better and not so tight in there.
So Nate, will you use any natural vegetation to supplement where a wall might do the job, so to speak? What's your plan there?
Yeah, we'll replant, we'll spray the same kind of seed that's there now. So yeah, it'll look native.
Nice.
Now, I know the park was tied to a phase originally. Have we done anything that has delayed when the park goes in, or?
Well, like I said, Jerry, we were always going to come, our next phase was always going to come down from Jordanelle Parkway and then stop in the middle of the road and not make that connection. So that was going to be what we were going to do this year, and the park was always going to be next year. All we've done is just combine those 2 phases, and we'll still do the park next year. So it didn't delay it. We just added more units to it. We didn't add more units to the, what were approved with the MDA. We just added more units to those phases to make that connection.
Okay. I also read in Thomas's report that there's been some shifting between fourplexes and some other combination of units. So can we describe that a little bit?
Well, I think they asked us to look at that, and there was no room. The Planning Commission asked us just to look and see if we could take some fourplexes and make those duplexes, or turn them into duplexes. And by the time we just had no room. We studied that and it just didn't, we could not make it work.
Nate, I think you did turn a couple of fourplexes into some triplexes and duplexes in phase 2. And I think that phase 2A, I'm sorry. And then in phase 2B, it was a little bit harder on the turn. If there's an opportunity as we work through construction drawings, that would be great. But I think that was the area where you said it was a little tougher, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jerry,
So, we've got,
well, to the council, just so I think it'll be we will turn in our plans the middle of next week for phase 3 is our hopes. We have the construction drawings done and everything. And so we'll turn those in and that will have the park, but we will not start those until, if we have a good winter, we'll start maybe January or so, but the park will be built next year.
so we've also got Ryan on the phone, Ryan, town engineer. So Ryan, do you want to add any comments to Thomas's report? Or
no, Thomas did an excellent job on the report. I guess I would just add that Nate's statement was correct. It has been a lengthy process, but I think that we've worked well together. Nobody got exactly what we wanted, but I think the end product is better and support approval.
Yeah, and that was, I just will say, working with Ryan and Thomas, the same with Lakeview Estates. The process was a little bit longer than obviously we'd like, and we're going to push to get the road connected this year because we know that's what the town wants. It'll make that connection to Jordanelle Parkway. But they were great to work with. Like I say, no one really got everything they wanted, and we just worked through it. And I think in the end, I know in the end we have a lot better development. And so we were happy and appreciated all the hard work. It was a lot of hard work to get to this point. And we knew how important it was to get Ryan and Thomas's blessing on this before we went to council, because we were ready to go to council several months ago, and they just said, we can't support this. And so we finally got to the point where we made all these changes again. I mean, we probably made them 3 or 4 different times, but we finally had their blessing, and we knew that was very important to you guys. And so we just kept working with them, and I think, we're there now. So like I say, just appreciate all the hard work it took to get to this point.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Thomas. Anything else did you want to say, Thomas, before I open it up for public input?
No, I think that's probably good. You guys walked through a couple of the conditional items that I had incorporated on the page after the images that Tyler walked through. So I think that we are good. And they're also incorporated into the ordinance as well. And so if you have specifics, let me know. But
I have one more question.
Sure.
So it appears from the staff report that it does require some changes to the MDA.
It will. Yeah, we'll have to do to the MDA.
So did I understand correctly that the approval is contingent upon those changes to the MDA?
That's right.
Okay.
It is the primary changes to the MDA are the timing of the park, just to clarify what Nate outlined a couple of minutes ago. And obviously we have to amend the MDA, finish that before any recordation of plats, those kinds of things. Yeah.
And that was one, the payment to the town. And Paul, I think that was all of them.
Those were the primary 3. Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was just going to pipe in that we will need to change the MDA before we can sign off on the plat. And so council should see the amended MDA. I would imagine we can push it forward now that we've figured out the phasing or have a recommendation for phasing. I imagine we'd see it in June.
Yeah, I would think, what we talked about with our team is that we'll turn them in when we turn in the construction drawings for phase 3. We'll turn in the amendments to the master plan, the MDA. So, and hopefully sales are so good that we have to keep adding more, and we have to come back and do another amendment. So it's not a bad place to be. So, but thank you again.
So I have a quick
Okay.
question. So Mayor, can you switch off of the staff report and to the packet? Or you're on the packet?
You're in the packet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the packet.
The packet I have on page 41 has a current state of the trails and then the phase 2 trail area. And I just wanted to ask a question about that. It's on page 41 of the packet I received from Alicia.
Yeah, this has been upgraded to include this document, so the page numbers aren't going to work.
Well, then I don't know where it is because I don't have that same version.
Was it in Thomas's letter or was it somewhere else?
So Alicia sent out a packet to us.
In your packet.
It's on page 41. Thomas's letter.
Let me
was not in
find.
our packet. It came separately.
All right. Let me give you a second. I'll find page 41 for you. Hang on a second. Oh, page 41 in that packet has I gotta make it bigger so I can read it, figure out where it is. Phase 1 trail, phase 2 trail, that thing there.
Yep, that's the one.
Here, give me a second. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that either. I was trying to switch to this.
That's the one.
And clockwise.
Yep, I'm quite familiar with the red. Let's talk about the black line, the heavy black line. So Nate, what is that? That is existing currently, right? Is that the bike trail that's already on the Jordanelle Parkway?
Great question. Tyler?
I think that already exists is what I'm trying to say, and it was put in with the Jordanelle Parkway.
Sorry, what was the question?
The black line that's on the drawing that's being shown on screen. Even though that says phase 2 trail area and it gives some feet, doesn't that already exist?
It's 1,126 linear feet. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't that already exist? Or is that supposed to be, I mean, the way it's drawn, that looks to me like it's exactly the bike path that's already been built. And that was with the parkway.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Whose drawing is this? And somebody supplied it from your team.
My firm did.
Sorry,
but
this is Patrick Todd with Holmes Home. Sorry, this is his. This is put together. This matches kind of the concept plan that was originally put together when the town originally approved this, which was prior to Jordanelle Parkway going in. That trail has always been shown to be up there, whether we were there first or Jordanelle Parkway was. But yes, that's an existing trail. And then on that north end where it's kind of shaded lighter, that V's off, that'll be the trail that we tie to, as well as the trails, how they'll tie down to the bottom. Yep.
So there's
So this is the one.
There's no new trail. I'm just saying. I just want to confirm. There's no new trail going in for 2A and 2B. Which is okay. I just want to make sure the drawings are accurate and that I'm not missing something.
Yeah, this is just a site overall of the connectivity of all the trails for the entire mass project. So 2A and 2B, highlighted or not pertaining to it. It's just overall where the connectivity will be. So, and what's installed now and where we'll be in the future. So. Okay.
Yeah, because that red trail is already in existence. I know it's been kind of cut off with some construction right now, but then then there's a dirt trail that climbs up to the Jordanelle Parkway.
Right.
That's going to remain in existence. Yeah, that's going to remain in existence for these 2 phases, right? And not be disturbed or blocked.
That is the intent, yeah, to keep connectivity as we kind of develop, and it's a rougher, kind of a more of a wilderness trail, and then as we build it out, it'll turn more into more paved trails across that park area, where coming from the red across phase 3, and then it'll go back into more of a trail and connect back to the existing again. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thanks. No, I'm just thinking of the community, and I know I have to speak for a lot of people. We're pretty excited that, Nate, that you've chosen to put the road through this year and connect, the Ross Creek area up to Jordanelle Parkway. Will that be open, during construction, or will that be open for use, and what kind of use during construction?
I would think it's going to be pretty torn up. There's some places we have, 7, 8, 9 foot cuts in there. And so I would think that I would just say for liability, we wouldn't want many people, we don't want people on that trail until it's put in.
The road, you mean?
Yeah. The road.
Okay. And that's why I'm just double checking that there will be no disruption to what's already there, so folks can.
Yeah, the bike trail, I forget what they call the bike trail, the flow trail, that'll stay open.
Okay.
We'll make sure of that. And we'll make sure the trails, if we have any debris on them, we'll make sure we get them off. And, I think we're far enough away from the existing trail that we should be fine.
Okay.
We'll make sure if I know, Chris, if you hear of anything, the trail or whatever, just let us know and we will make sure we love trails. And so just let us know and we'll make sure we get it opened up or cleaned up or whatever.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
And so you've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Anything else from council before I open the floor for public input? Okay, then this is a public hearing to review Deer Springs Phase 2A and 2B, which we just described. I'm assuming you're seeing this here, the picture. Is that correct? Okay, thanks, Thomas. All right, so if you wish to make a comment from the public, this would be your chance to do so. Again, use the raise hand functionality or *9 if you're only on the phone. I am not seeing any hands. Okay, then I'm going to close the public input for Deer Springs Phase 2A and 2B and move to a draft of the ordinance. This is the ordinance approving the Deer Springs Phases 2A and 2B subdivisions. And I'm not going to read the entire thing out loud because it's quite detailed, because it basically captures all the comments from Ryan and Thomas throughout this. So it describes the phasing change. It describes the conditions of approval. So the MDA, as Jerry mentioned earlier, has to be amended. It's up there. They still have a final review of the plats before it's recorded. They have to record the plat within 6 months, or we have to start over per our code. And then a lot of other details for the, the guarantee. We have a bond on this, construction plans, blah, blah, blah. So.
And Mayor, if I could just make one correction on this, that is it in the conclusions of law number 1 right above where you are? I noted it's the 2017 Master Development Agreement. That should be 2018 Master Development Agreement. I'll make that change.
Okay.
On number 11 of the conditions of approval. So I note that they're agreeing to the 26-foot of asphalt plus curb and gutter. Was that always planned, or was that something that the developer changed through the course of this process?
I can answer that. That's something we changed.
That was changed, that's right.
Well, we very much appreciate that.
Yep, thank you.
Again, more details and requirements associated with this. So I, again, appreciate Thomas.
I think
Sure.
in there, it said we had 6 months to record our plat. I thought we had 1 year from approval.
The code changed in 2020, and so now it is 6 months from date of approval. You can get an extension for up to another 6 months, so long as you come in before that 6 months has expired.
Okay, that's a tough ordinance. I mean, this is a 6 month improvement at least. So, okay. So we just have to come in before the 6 months is over.
To get the plat approved.
Yeah, with a request for, yeah.
We'll make that request.
It's not to get it
next week, because we're going to definitely need more time than that, I think.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions on the ordinance from council, I would need a motion to approve an ordinance approving the Deer Springs phases 2A and 2B subdivisions as described in this draft ordinance tonight, with noted the change of date on the conditions of law to 2018 per Thomas's comment here.
So moved.
Thank you, Cherry.
I was going to add an observation that this process and the detail included in this has improved substantially since the time that I've been involved, both as a citizen and as a town official. So applaud whoever drafted this.
Yeah, and I seconded it because of exactly that reason, Jerry. I mean, we were looking at this a long time ago, so I think there's been some good improvements, the road widths, the slopes. So
snow storage, lots
exactly,
of things that are fantastic in
Yeah,
this thing.
yeah, much better result.
Okay.
I know, Jerry, you already made the motion, but I do still have a question about 16. That's about the duplex, triplex, and fourplex. That there's only fourplex units in phase 2B. That's number 16. Yeah.
And Chris, I could maybe elaborate just a little bit here, and that is, if there's an opportunity as we get into some of the detailed construction drawings to maybe do some offsets without creating the need for increased retaining walls, that's something that we've been working closely with Nate and his team on. There may be that opportunity as we kind of, get a little further down the road. So if there is that option, I know that the Planning Commission was in favor of that. I know it's really tight. Nate had made a couple of changes in 2A. 2B is really tight around the corner. But if we could, I think it would be a benefit to both the applicant and the town, actually.
I agree, but the way it's worded, it says the applicant shall work with the town planner and town engineer to further reduce the number of fourplex units and increase the number of duplexes and triplexes. So does that mean they must? Is shall they must, or is, you know? I
To
just
your
want to
point, if it's impossible, maybe we should say shall work in an attempt to reduce. Yeah, that's fair.
That's where I'm going. I
Okay.
want to make sure there is a, if it's not possible, that they can still go forward. But that, you know, in good faith, you're going to work on it just to see if it is possible. But, you know, it might not be possible.
That's right. That's a good catch. Yeah.
I'll amend my motion then to include the comments that were just made. Shall attempt.
Shall attempt. That's perfect, Jerry.
Well, that was what Thomas said, so I was just parroting him. So.
Okay. So the motion to too far. Approve the ordinance with incorporating the two adjustments that were made this evening. Jerry, you said you made that motion?
Correct.
Remade that motion? Okay.
Correct.
And Ralph?
Yeah,
Are you?
I'm with the same, yeah, I'll second it with the two additions.
Okay. So, Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Ralph.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, guys. So, Deer Springs 2A and 2B is approved.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate your help there.
Okay. So, the next item is was scheduled to be a public hearing for a discussion, possible action on the final approval of Shoreline Subdivision Phase 2A amended and Phase 3 at the request of the developer, who was working on some modifications that were requested by the Planning Commission. I would like to recommend continuance of this hearing for Shoreline Phase 2A amended and Shoreline Phase 3 continued to what we're currently seeing is June 2nd, I believe. Is that correct, Alicia?
Yeah, so far everybody seems to be on board with June 2nd. I'm still waiting for a couple more people to confirm, but it's looking like June 2nd.
Okay, so I'm
Can
recommending.
I about that? I'm sorry, Mayor. That's about a week, right, before our normal meeting. Why would we?
Yes, it is.
Why would we not just have this on our regular June agenda instead of asking the council, you know, to have yet another meeting to gain a week? Is that an important amount of?
Well, yes, I'll happily answer that.
Okay.
So, so we had asked the Shoreline folks to make some adjustments based on Planning Commission input. We had mediation on that particular topic. They have at least indicated that they're planning to try and accommodate some of the requests. Because they are willing to adjust at our input, they've asked if we could try and keep their project moving by having a special meeting. And I think that's a reasonable request given the fact that they are working to accommodate the the changes that at least some of the changes that we've requested. Trying to show, they're projecting or bringing some goodwill to the table on this, and I believe they feel as if they are grandfathered under the prior code and don't have to make the adjustments we've made, but they're taking steps to try and work with us, and so I'm willing to try and suggest we take steps to work with them.
And can I pipe in for a second and talk a little bit for process and for just comment about the application? So in terms of process, if it is continued to the 2nd, if for some reason we don't have a quorum on June 2nd, we will notice that on the public notice website and continue it to another date certain, since we can't hold a meeting without a quorum. So in terms of process that way, that is what would happen. Tonight, we still do need to open a public hearing, even if it's being continued. If any members of the public have come to comment on the matter, they have a right to do so tonight, and then that public hearing will get continued. And then I also just want to comment a little bit about the application and make it clear that, they have been working with staff. The outstanding issues really revolve around road width and a little bit with having to do with road access. My understanding is that they have been working closely with Thomas and have been making some changes based on his input. And I also want to make it very clear that there was in the planning staff report, it was brought up an issue about density, and that the density related to shoreline could push the overall density in the MDA over the total density that could be allowed. And we did discover that shoreline, in looking back at the concept plan / preliminary plat back in 2016, it was clear that although they use the term 700 units, what they're referring to is, it's very clear in that approval that it was 590 or 600 ERUs or unit equivalents, which is kind of the density, but that there are a certain number of units which can be, if you have apartments or smaller condo type product, those can be less than a full ERU. And so with 600 ERUs, it's under that density amount. So density is not an issue with shoreline. That's not the reason for the negative recommendation. It was really surrounding some of these other issues with engineering requirements and road widths. And, it sounds like since even the Planning Commission, there's been progress on some of the other planning issues.
Thank you, Paul. So with that in mind, any more comments from council on this before I open it for public input or anybody here who might be wanting to speak on shoreline phase 2 and phase 2A and phase 3?
I would just like to comment before you go into public hearing comments. The 2nd of June, I do have a conflict. I have another meeting that I am in charge of, and it probably won't end until about 7 o'clock. As soon as I get home from that meeting, then I can join you, but I will be joining late if it is on June 2nd.
Well, if we start at 6, yeah.
Right.
I think we could, Alicia will work with the council feedback. If you let her know that, and we'll see what time works as far as moving ahead on the 2nd.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol. Any other comments from council? All right. So again, anyone in the attending the Zoom session who has a question or comment on this on the shoreline phase 2A, please raise your hand. So Glynnis, go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you to.
Glynis. Sorry, could you state your name for the record and your location?
Sure, Glynnis Tihansky, member of the Planning Commission. And I did want to thank GCD for listening to what the Planning Commission had to say and working with the town engineer and the town planner to make their plan a little better. I think it'll be good for the community. So I just wanted to thank them.
Thank you for that. Other comments from the public? And again, for phone only folks, *9. Okay, then I'm going to close the public input portion here and again, come back to a request for a motion to continue to June 2nd. Is anyone willing to make that motion from council?
So moved.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone willing to second that?
It's Bob. So moved.
Thank you. All right, so I now need to poll the council for the continuance. Carol.
I don't know if I need to abstain because I'm going to be late, or can I go ahead and say I approve the motion?
You can still approve the motion.
Okay, I'll say yes.
Ralph.
Yes.
Thank you. Jerry.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. Then that topic is continued to June 2nd. Appreciate it very much. We'll now move to the more standard agenda items. We don't require a public hearing. I'm going to make some stuff a little bigger. Are you all seeing the notice of municipal election? Is the notice of municipal election being displayed on your screens?
It is.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so for all of you listening, in both here and on the YouTube channel, where the town of Hideout is having an election in November of 2021. There are 4 council seats and 1 mayoral seat up for election. The reason that there are 4 seats simultaneously is not when they normally, we try and stagger these, which is why you see on the screen a 2-year term and a 4-year term, is that when we've had some resignations and some changes in the council membership due to folks moving out of town and so forth. By law, those people, when those seats are filled, they're filled by appointment when they're vacated. And it's required by law for those seats to then become available for election at the next planned election time. So, at the next planned election time is this November. So we've got 2 council seats that are up for election, and they would be a 2-year term, which would be, historically the balance of the people who were elected 2 years ago and their 4-year term, but they are no longer on the council. And then there are 2 seats for a 4-year term, which would be the people who were elected 4 years ago, and would be expiring typically this November, January of next year. And myself, my term expires in January of next year as well. So the town in the 4 years that I've been here has grown tremendously. We have a lot of super talent in the community, and we have a lot of folks that are interested in what's going on in the town. And so if you want to get involved even further, there's an opportunity to do that, which is that you would declare your interest in a candidacy for one of these roles, mayor or council member. Okay, you have to do that in person in sometime between June 1st and June 7th, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. It has to be done in person. That's a requirement of law. You also have to be a U.S. citizen. You have to be a registered voter of the municipality. You have to be a resident of the municipality for a period of 12 consecutive months prior to November 2nd, 2021. So if you were living here before November 2nd, 2020, then you could be eligible to run for one of these offices. You can be a registered voter 2 weeks after you move in, but you have to also have lived here for a year to be a eligible candidate. That again is a part of the law, but and that the reason is they want people running who understand and have been here long enough to understand a bit about the town and how it operates. And you must. We have to say this. I don't think anyone is, but you must not be a convicted felon unless the right to hold elective office has been restored. Okay. The way this works is if there are 2 candidates or less for each position, okay, so that would be 10 total candidates, 2 for mayor and 8 for council, then there would not be a primary election. If there are more than that, then there would be a primary election in August to run off and get down to 2 candidates per position. And then general election is Tuesday, November 2nd, the first Tuesday in November, which is the typical voting day for all things in America, pretty much. So again, we have 5 positions that are coming up for re-election or re-election, depending on who chooses to run again. And we would love to have more participation from the community in the election. So if you're interested, fill out your forms, come in between June 1st and June 7th. And this is Monday through Friday. We're not doing it weekends, Monday through Friday. So it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then the following Monday, June 7th. We're not accepting forms Saturday and Sunday. So come on in and fill out your form. There's no cost to do that. And let the clerk know of your interest in running and for which position you'd like to run for. Council member 4-year, council member 2-year, or mayor. And you can
Mayor,
always call Alicia. Yep.
Oh, I was just going to say before you pass that, you might want to just correct the public notice, and it's may file for candidacy. I was just reading it, so it's not a my file. Interested parties, my file. I think you want to read may file, so someone should correct the public notice.
Yes, someone should.
Hey, so Mayor, if you scroll to the positions, wherever that is on here. Yep. I am one of the 4-year term seats that's up in January. So I do intend, after talking to my family, I do intend to declare my candidacy for one of the 4-year terms. Because I think it's really important in Hideout to have some continuity, from group to group. This is a lot of turnover all at the same time. Normally we wouldn't have those 2-year terms turning over. So that's my reasoning. Plus, it's just awesome fun to be on these long meetings with everyone. No, but seriously, I think we've done a lot together as a council, and it's been a good experience so far.
And Mayor, while you're making an edit to the document, you might want to specify the Saturday and Sunday exclusion on the how to file section.
It does say weekdays, Jerry.
Very good. Never mind.
It says weekdays, so that's my interpretation of weekdays.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So that's how it works, folks. Again, if you want to participate, you want to be part of this. If you don't like what we're doing, or even if you do, but not recognizing that not everyone may run for re-election, by all means, come on and bring your candidacy paper. Come in and do your candidacy papers. Again, more details you can get from Alicia at this phone number, or at, and her contacts are on the website as well. So it's important. We need to be sure that we have candidates for every position. We do not want to be a short council by any means. Makes it much harder to get things done. Okay. If there are no questions on that, we'll move to the next item, which is discussion of possible compensation for mayor and council members. So for those of you that I've just been encouraging to sign up, you might as well know that at the moment, the remuneration for this opportunity is fairly small. The mayor and the council positions are unpaid. There is a $50 per meeting stipend available to the council members. And if in the carrying out of your duties as a council member or as a mayor, you incur expenses like travel, we do compensate for road miles, that kind of thing. So, but it's certainly not a paycheck. So a couple of council members have suggested that we might want to consider reviewing that compensation so that it might be more encouraging for residents to want to participate in the municipal process for the community. So I don't know, do Chris or Jerry, one of you guys were the ones that asked to have it on the agenda. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I do. And to be clear, you said the council has the $50 per meeting stipend. What does the mayor have? Same or same? Okay. So
$50 per meeting.
And I think within the area, we are probably a minority in terms of municipalities that don't have some sort of compensation beyond the $50 per meeting stipend. And I think the amount of work, and Mayor, I know you must spend 30, 40 hours a week doing this job uncompensated. And that's, that's tough. You almost have to be retired in order to do that, or independently wealthy. And that's a tough challenge for anybody that might be seeking the office of mayor. For council, you know, we don't spend near that kind of hours, but there are committees we lead and other things, and there is some time commitment to it. And the only meetings that we're compensated for are these public meetings. So I think in order to join the some of the standards of the rest of the community and the other municipalities around us, and to attract the talent that you described as the town having, I think it's incumbent upon us as we're growing up as a municipality that we grow in this area as well and begin to set some sort of a, you know, a salaried compensation of some size. You know, I'm not talking about a $50,000 paycheck, but we need to compensate our public officials in some way for the reasons that I laid out. And Chris, you want to expound upon that?
Yeah, yeah, I do. Jerry, you hit the nail on the head there when you said you have to be independently wealthy or, you know, retired in order to perform in the mayor's job, because it is quite demanding. And that's tough for some of us. If you're not of Medicare age, for example, you know, you have to provide your own health insurance. And I know that as a town, we've been attempting to provide, you know, some benefits finally to our full-time employees. And I think, you know, the mayor position is so important that we should consider some a greater level of compensation, perhaps offer benefits similar to what we are providing to our full-time staff members, just so that we can, you know, try to you know, get a public servant who's willing to run and be able to get elected, who, you know, is not retired over the age of 65 and or independently wealthy. So it's very demanding. And, you know, depending on what happens, you know, in June, and even regardless of the outcome, I mean, we're experiencing phenomenal growth here in Hideout. And, you know, with growth comes complexity, and it's hard to put so much, you know, responsibility on someone who's barely compensated.
I'll invite the other council to chime in too.
Yeah, I'll add a comment here, Jerry and Chris. I think you're absolutely right. And there was an article recently that I read about Park City. Now, you know, I know what their compensation varied somewhere between, I think the mayor, Dearman, is compensated at the level of 67,000, which is well beyond what we're going to do, or we could do. But the point that they made, and they went into a compensation program, and the point to the article was that they wanted to get some compensation going so they could get a wider selection of people willing to run for office, even in Park City. And certainly if you're dependent upon your income and you're a lower income person, it almost becomes impossible to potentially run for office. So that was some of their reasons. I thought that was good reasoning. And also they allowed both the council folks in Park City and the mayor to either take compensation for or take some piece of the compensation for, say, health benefits, or to take the health benefits. So I thought the approach they took was, you know, somewhat reasonable and flexible. I just thought I'd add that and just say I support it. I don't know, you know, we're never going to come up with what a Park City is going to be able to do. Certainly at this juncture, but something is the appropriate thing to do here.
So let me throw a couple items of information in case you guys don't know this. First of all, I am retired. I'm not independently wealthy. But that aside, so the state health insurance and the retirement plan, it allows you to, if you've got 20 hours or more a week in your role, you can, and you're paid by the town, then you don't have to be paid a lot, but you have to be paid by the town of some salary. Then you can get into those plans. So, so that's just, so that's, as long as you're getting 20 hours a week of time in, then we qualify for those plans. Typically the mayor's office, I'll tell you, after 3.5 years, 20 hours would be a nice, I'd like to get down to 20 hours. So it does take some time, no doubt about it. I think the other people that we need to think about recognizing is the planning commission folks. They put a lot of time in, a lot of time in. They probably put more time in than pretty much everybody else, you know, getting those documents ready, and, you know, reviewing standards and all code and all that kind of stuff.
And they're not
And
compensated at all. Yeah.
They don't even get the $50.
Yeah.
So I'd like us to think about, you know, what should we be doing to try and continue to get talent on the planning commission. Again, I agree that from a budget perspective, which we're going to talk about later this evening, you know, we are not in a position to pay, you know, everybody $3,000 a month. We don't have the funds to do that without making a significant adjustment to our tax plan. But, you know, I do think we could make the compensation for the meetings a little bit more meaningful. I think we could think about, you know, doing something for the planning commission, you know, as far as meeting participation. And I don't know what the number would be, and I don't know where you want to go with this. You know, we're getting ready to present a budget that doesn't have that in there. We do have some funds. We have a surplus in the budget plan as it stands today, so we could, you know, and I don't think the moving, for example, to have the planning commission and the council paid $100 a meeting would keep us from, you know, moving the budget forward. Paying a mayor, we'd have to take a look at that. We do have some funds coming, which could be dedicated as to bridge a gap to pay a mayor, until we modified either the tax base or the revenue plan to ensure that we could afford a salary for a mayor with benefits.
So I'd like to.
I don't know where to take this, guys. I mean, do we want to put a little subcommittee together and come up with a recommendation? What would you like to think about?
Jerry, did you have something to say?
Yeah,
I'll answer that question.
I wanted to say, you know, let's move away from the per meeting pay model and go with something that is
good point.
Right.
Yep.
Because the planning commission, I mean, they meet once a month, but you know, I used to chair that thing, and I personally know you put in a whole lot more hours than the you know 2 hours, 3 hours a month that you're actually in a meeting. So, and that's true for council as well, to a lesser extent. So yeah, let's move to a monthly compensation cycle. That's, you know, I know I forget to submit stuff, and you know, then I submit a couple months at a time, and you know, that's so.
Yeah,
it's just more paperwork.
I think that
it's more paperwork.
It's not efficient.
Yeah.
But anyway, Mayor.
No, it's supervisor for the staff for sure.
Mayor,
I mean, they have to send us reminders. I'm sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry. I was going to answer your earlier question. What should we do next? I mean, where do we go? And I do think we should do a quick study, of, you know, compensation, and also just do something. Maybe just do something. It'd be nice if we did something this year, even if it was a small amount, and we could, you know, revisit it. But anyway, if we could do maybe a compensation study of nearby communities and figure out, you know, ballpark the kind of hours that our planning commissioners and council members and mayor are putting in, and just come up with a recommendation. And then let's see what we are able to do, prior, in this fiscal year. Without having to do a truth and taxation hearing, which we've already passed, right? So we don't want to raise taxes. Nobody wants to raise taxes, but we do want to, recognize that this is a challenge for us. And I do think the next step is to get a couple people together who are willing to spend some time studying the problem and seeing what.
I think I can get staff to do some work on that, pull some data for us, and then come back with share with council the regional, because it's all a matter of public record. So we're all public employees, so everybody's salary is available. So it doesn't take a lot to determine how that works. So
and we have
I'll get the
analogs.
staff.
We have analog municipalities, not far from us that we could certainly base off of as well.
Yeah, exactly. And so we can pull some data and get a sense of where they all are, and share that with us, and then see if we can have a dialogue. Maybe grab no more than 2 of you to take a look at that with us and see if we want to make a recommendation to council. So I'll start with taking the ball by having staff do the baseline work, and then we'll reach out and grab. Since Chris and Jerry, you were the guys that were bringing this up, I'll reach out to you 2 guys to take a look at that with us and see if we can make a recommendation. And then we'll let our colleagues see how they feel about it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for bringing it up, guys. I think it's important that early on we just wanted to get something going at the municipal level, and that we're at the point now where we've got a big enough community that we want more involvement. We need to think this through. So great topic. Thank you. Okay. Item 3 is the discussion regarding ranked choice voting. So for the benefit of the people listening tonight, you may have heard that the state of Utah allows a new kind of voting called ranked choice voting, and that is where you don't just vote for the one candidate, you vote sort of in order. So if there are 3 candidates running for any given position, then you get to say, I'd like to see Tom first, then Mary, then Jane. And in a lot of places, particularly in national type elections, if you remember your ballot from the most recent election, there were a lot of names for president and vice president and those sort of roles that were beyond the Democrats and the Republicans. And so for those kinds of elections, or with those elections where you have a number of candidates, the ranked choice voting can be a useful tool. In the town of Hideout, at our last election, we had 1 candidate per position. And therefore the election was actually canceled because they were the only candidates that ran. And so by definition, they became the winning candidate because the election was of 1, if you will. So the council discussed the possibility of using ranked choice voting in this upcoming election that we just talked about happening in November, and made the decision that it doesn't really make sense for Hideout. We're going to do a traditional majority win election. Polly, do you have some legal stuff that we need to say here?
No, I just wanted to make it clear that there was the option for this year, and we could have held a special meeting if we wanted to discuss implementing it. but there wasn't a quorum of council that wanted to. And we'll be monitoring how it goes this year, and we'll have the option if we want to do it in 2 years, we can, or we can also opt not to in 2 years.
Thank you. So that conversation is just so in case people had any questions about ranked choice voting, and also for the record that we did consider the process and did not have an interest in moving that way for this coming election. Next item is to set a date and time for the canvass certification and final results of the June 22nd special election, which is the referendum on the annexation. Alicia, you want to talk about what that process is briefly?
Sure. So typically you would go a week or two. You have 1 to 2 weeks post-election, so that you can, any vote by mail ballots that were mailed in and postmarked prior to election day. So in this case, it would be June 21st. Those trickle in during that week. Also, there's provisional ballots, if people didn't get registered on time, or if for some reason their eligibility was questioned, they would do a provisional ballot. And that week after gives us the chance to go through all of those and verify everything accordingly. And then you would do the certification of election results. We just need to set a date for that. I don't see a reason why we would need to drag it out for 2 weeks. So I would recommend that we go to the 29th of June.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. So basically, as Alicia just described, there is a process for counting the votes, which involves members of the community participating in that process. We'll get all that shared out there. And then we have to go through all of those that come in, confirm that those are actually names of people that are on the registered voted list, that they were issued a ballot, that kind of stuff. Given that there's only roughly, at the moment anyway, somewhere around 300 registered voters, and even with additional folks moving in and signing up to vote, I can't imagine it's going to be more than 400 ballots, let's say. We should be able to count those in a reasonable amount of time and get them recorded under the guidelines of how we count them with observers and all that kind of stuff. So our recommendation is that we would agree for June 29th. And we have to set a time also, Alicia, to announce. Is that what the time is?
We should probably set a time. Yeah, just so that they know of when they're actually going to be announced. Yes.
Isn't it? It's not that just the results are going to be announced. I thought that we actually have a meeting. It's a canvas, and there's like a process, and the council votes on it. I thought.
Yes, that's correct. The council will go through, make sure they're okay with the results, and then quote unquote certify them, saying that they agree with the results.
So Alicia, it would just be the mail ballots that are postmarked by the 21st trickling in, or the provisional ballots that are filed on the 22nd, where you've got to, verify that the person voting hasn't already voted and is, eligible, etc. So it's not expected to be a lot of additional ballots to count after the night of the 22nd? Is that your estimation?
I don't anticipate there being a lot of them, but we do want to allow for some time for those ballots to trickle in. Sometimes, if people are across the country, then, or even out of the country, they can still vote as long as they're registered voters of Hideout. And we just want to allow for the mail to come in.
Okay, I think I mentioned that I sometimes get my Wasatch Wave a week late with my other Wasatch Wave, which is on time. So it seems like a week was probably enough time, and if that's your recommendation, then it makes sense. One other question, while we are talking about counting ballots, who does the ballot counting, and who oversees that? Can you just expand a little bit on that for us so we understand the timing and what happens after 8 p.m. on the 22nd?
Sure. So the way that I see this going, we do need to get some poll workers. I'm verifying with the Lieutenant Governor's office exactly if there is any sort of criteria that needs to be met, such as they need to be a registered voter of Hideout, or if any of them need to be a sponsor or anything like that. But so they will all verify the signatures. Kathleen and I will verify the signatures with the county clerk's office. And then after that, after the polls close at 8 o'clock, then we will start actually opening the ballots and pulling them out and do with the poll workers and do a hand count. I foresee myself overseeing that. I don't really want to, I just want to oversee, I think that somebody who's not affiliated with the town should be counting, if that makes sense. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So it sounds like we need to hire some poll workers. Are we paying our poll workers? Is that something we need to determine or talk about? And the only reason I'm asking all these questions is, well, I'm sure other people have the same kind of questions, but I'm still trying to gauge how quickly we can count the ballots, and is a week enough for the certification? And is there anything the council needs to do to help enable that we're going to have poll workers available?
Yeah, I appreciate your questions. Like I said, I'm working with I've asked the Lieutenant Governor's office. Unfortunately, right now they are all at UAC. So they have not gotten back to me yet. But I would like to pay them, even if it's just, maybe $50 or something, just to come in and help count those ballots. I think it's a little bit of incentive. So, otherwise it's just volunteer. And I don't anticipate on election night, I don't anticipate it being terribly long, but there is a little bit of a process for it. So we may not get unofficial results until a couple hours after 8, but we'll work as diligently and quickly as we can. So.
Thank you. So those poll workers will come in at 8 p.m. On the 22nd, maybe work for a few hours, let's say, for sake of argument, till midnight. And by the end, we'll have at least a preliminary result. And you'll be able to, explain explain where we're at. I mean, it would be a preliminary result, not certified, for another week until we've had the opportunity for provisional ballots or those postmarked ballots to actually come in and be officially counted by the poll workers also later in the week. Is that right?
That sounds absolutely correct. Yep.
Okay. So we'll be looking for poll workers to work on the 22nd that night after the polls close, and then again at another point right before the certification?
Yeah, I would say just one other time, just to, like I said, I don't anticipate there being a ton of stragglers, but yeah, just one other time for a little bit, just to come in and count.
Probably on the 29th in the daytime.
Okay.
We're going to have a meeting in the evening too.
So if we use the evening of the 29th as the certification meeting, that would
Yes.
probably be effective for us then.
So we do a afternoon count validation of that, and then of any new ones as well. And then we have somebody prepared to present to the council on the evening of the 29th. Those results, and the only thing we would do on the evening of the 29th is validate those results, and that would be the total purpose of the meeting.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be a super long one.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Alicia, I have a question here on the distribution of the ballots. Normally, if you're an absentee voter, as an example, the county has your name on the list and then sends you those absentees. How are we working that? I was a little confused. Maybe it was in there, and maybe I missed it, but what's the distribution in a referendum in an odd election like this for these types of ballots? Are we responsible at the town level? Is the county responsible as it would normally be?
It is all official. And so we are working with the county to get those voter lists and make sure that we are only sending those to registered voters. It is, however, we're working with a vendor to get those ballots printed and mailed.
So it sounds like we're following normal election procedures using county information, the county voter list, and are we responsible for paying for the distribution of those ballots because it's our election as opposed to a county or statewide election? Just wanted to double check on that.
Yes, Ralph, we're doing that. Yep. We pay for that. We pay for the printing. We pay for the mailing. We pay for the whatever other requirements for operating the election.
Okay, so
is paid for by the town.
So just for the benefit of folks on the line here, if they are an absentee, if they typically get an absentee ballot, they will expect one in the mail after June 7th, I think.
So actually, sorry,
I think I've just put it up on the screen so you can take a look at this as well, I think. Sorry, Alicia, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Alicia. Maybe you can explain that.
That's okay. So the state has actually declared it to be an all vote by mail state. We're not doing any in-person voting aside from on election day. You can come in and do the provisional ballot if needed, or drop your ballot off in person. That's fine. It'll still be a vote by mail ballot, quote unquote. You don't need to request a ballot if you are registered with the county clerk, with the Wasatch County clerk, then you'll just automatically receive a ballot. You can double check your voter registration. And this is more for the listeners. You can double check your voter registration by going to the state elections website, which is vote.utah.gov or elections.utah.gov. It goes to the same place. Or you can contact the county clerk or myself, and I will verify as well that you're a registered active voter in the town of Hideout.
Thank you, Alicia, because I know there might have been some confusion, especially as we're going into potentially a non-COVID situation. And, it sounds like, sometimes the state is changing some of their, so this makes it easy for us, is what I'm hearing. So that's good.
Are you guys seeing this page that's up on the screen that's called the referendum vote?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So that's out there as well. There's details on this as well on the website. So if you've got any questions, and again, you can always call Alicia. But vote is mail-in. We prefer mail-in, but again, you have to be, as she said, you have to be a registered voter. You can register to vote as long as this is your primary residence. You have to show documentation that this is your primary residence. For example, you have to get your driver's license changed or bring your pay stub or other stuff in to get that done. You can read that on the elections.utah.gov site. The last chance you have to register is June 11th at 5 p.m. with the clerk. Okay, you can do a provisional ballot after that, but to get into the mailing ballot, you need to be in June 11th.
So Mayor, I just want to, and this is probably for the benefit of listeners as well, your address for your registration is super important, right? The ballots are mailed to your registration address. And in order to get one, you have to be a resident of Hideout and an active voter, right? Or having registered in time, and that the post office will not forward ballots. That's an important line there to just call out. So address is extremely important. So that's why Alicia, this is why you're providing your phone number. If someone has questions or thinks they should have received a ballot and didn't, they should call you. Is that right, Alicia?
That's correct. Yep. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can. And if I don't know, I will find out.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So to that point,
the other important,
should there, so I just want to clarify that point. So if you don't receive a ballot, I mean, in a week after the 7th, I mean, when should people suspect that maybe they're not getting a ballot and they should contact you? About how many days? Got any idea, Alicia?
Yeah, that's a really good point. So we have to mail them out the first week of June. Sometime I anticipate that we'll mail them out on the 1st. That's scheduled, but give me some grace if something goes wrong, which it won't, but anyway, they should be mailed out then. So I would say probably if you haven't received it by that following week, I would say give me a call and we'll figure it out.
Cool.
Should we post on our website the day the ballots are mailed out, just so folks know what day? Will the printer let us know, when they were mailed? Alicia?
Yeah, definitely. I can post something on the website.
Okay. And then there'll be some certainty, that the printer has confirmed the ballots are in the mail.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'll do that.
And then just another thing, I see Phil highlighted the ballot return envelope must be signed. I mean, for folks who are pros at, Utah election processes, if you want your vote counted, you've got to sign your envelope. So definitely make sure you follow all the instructions that are provided.
okay. So let me jump back to the agenda, wherever that is. What did I do with it? Sure. Get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. Let me get back to that. Where's the Zoom? Share. Okay. So that's the agenda I think we're seeing. Somebody tell me that we're seeing the agenda.
Do we have to
Yes.
take any action or make a motion to, or do something for the date of June 29th for
Yes,
the time?
we do. That's,
Okay.
yeah, that's coming next. That's coming next. So, Polly, what's the way we do that? Or to
you've set the date for June 29th, and have you?
Yeah.
It will either be at the town offices or on Zoom, depending on the state of the world, or Utah's in terms of safety. And
I just meant from a council perspective, what is it? Do I poll the council to confirm that that date works? Is that what we're doing?
yeah, but you also, I guess the other thing I was going to say was a time. Are you going to do it
Okay.
at 6 o'clock? And then you can just, you don't have to do an individual vote. You can just do a group vote, ayes or nays. If that time works.
Okay. All right. So I'm looking for acquiescence from the council that we're going to do the Canvas certification and final results on June 29th, 2021 at 6 p.m. All in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Yep.
Aye.
Okay. There's at least 4 voices there, so we have a quorum to do that. So it's now official. Thanks. Okay. The next item is a presentation from the Infrastructure Committee on the Sanitary Sewer Master Plan and possible adoption of the plan by the council. Who is presenting for the, I'm trying to see who's on here that could be presenting for that. I thought Brian Cooper was going to do that, but I don't see him. Okay. I wanted to get that done.
Phil, if you'd like, Abby and I are on. We could run through the plan fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, why don't you do that, at least through the background and all, so that we can, and I can try and figure out why my video isn't working on Zoom.
All right. Alicia, can you make Abby a presenter?
And I'll stop sharing. There we go.
Abby should have ability.
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead to that next slide, Abby, and we'll just go very quickly over what we did for the sewer master plan. So if you recall, council, last year, we did water and sewer master plans. So master plans in general are documents that are supposed to be town-wide, and they encompass the specific utility, and they look at your existing system, as well as where the system is going to be in the future. And the purpose of the master plan is to look out for look out for issues that are coming in the future. So if there's an 8-inch pipe that needs to be a 10-inch pipe, we want to identify that before it starts backing up, for example. And so the way we do that is we start with a map of the system. And so you'll recall before we did the master plans, the GIS was something we spent a fair amount of effort on to understand the existing system. Then we take that map and we create a model of the system, and we simulate the loads both today and in the future. We simulate the loads today for a couple of reasons. One, we match them and see if it's accurate with the flow meter data we're getting to make sure that we have a calibrated model. And then we look at all the other units that are coming into the system that haven't been built yet. And we look for issues or problems. We also look for opportunities to be more efficient or things we can do. And at the end of the day, we create what we call a capital improvement plan or a capital improvement list. And it's basically a list of projects with estimated budgets that need to occur or should occur over the next period of time, usually 3 to 5 years, sometimes 5 to 10 years. And so we did that for the water and sewer last year, and tonight we're presenting the sewer. And so what you have on the screen in front of you is the sewer network as it currently exists. And I say currently exists or is currently being installed. There are portions of this network that are currently under construction. And so we put that in as under the current conditions. You can see it's a fairly vast network and fairly complex. Most of it is gravity. And then as some of you may know, there are a series of lift stations down towards the lake that actually pump the sewage back up towards the JSSD lift station, where it is pumped again and eventually over to the new treatment building of the other side of the reservoir. Abby, do you want to go to the next slide? And so without going into lots and lots of detail on how we got there, we identified 3 problems and a number of recommendations. And I'd like to point out before I go any further, we did not find any problems with the system as it exists today. With the units that have been built, the homes that are working today, the system has capacity and we didn't see any issues. As new homes come online, as Soaring Hawk builds out and Golden Eagle starts to develop, as some of those other lots and the other developments infill, the pipes will become more full. And so that was number 1, the Silver Sky area, where we noted that there is a piece of pipe that's an 8-inch sewer line. It's laid fairly flat and has a fairly low capacity. And if nothing is done, that pipe, that segment of pipe will reach, or get very close to capacity. And I'll point out really quick that as capacity, we define the level of service as a pipe operating above 75% full. So even when we say overwhelmed, there is still a little bit of a buffer. The next thing we identified is that as we keep building the Deadman lift station, which is the current main lift station for the town, if we keep putting everything towards that lift station as we have been, at some point in the distant future, not right away, but in the distant future, those pumps will likely become too small. And so we'll need to upsize the pumps or figure out how to divert the sewage to another lift station or somehow otherwise get it to that JSSD lift station without going through Deadman. And then the third one was the Deer Waters Phase 1 lift station has a number of issues and concerns. And so the idea there was that we thought it could be removed and combined with something else. So just going into a little more detail on those items. This is the first one we mentioned, and that's the segment that if you've driven that road, it's very flat. Likewise, the sewer pipe is flat, and it goes without saying, a steep pipe, if it's laid very steep, it can carry a fair amount of water. But as they flatten out, the carrying capacity is lower. And so that's why the pipes are green, meaning under capacity on either side, and red here is just an indication of the slope, is the main issue there. One solution we came up with for the Deadman lift station, and it also takes care of the problem we just noted, is that currently all of Golden Eagle and Soaring Hawk flows are routed under the highway and down into the Deadman lift station, and then pumped back over to JSSD. JSSD has a main sewer line in the road that we could potentially connect to. We've worked with JSSD and they're supportive of the project. There are some elevations and some design challenges, but this would take approximately 400 units off of the sewer network on the other side of the town and the lift station, which would enable us to not need to upgrade the lift station, and it would also resolve the capacity issue that we identified. Sorry, I'm trying to.
And that, by the way, sorry, Ryan. By the way, that's my recommendation, is that we get that project costed out and figure out how we do that, because we really don't need to push sewage from the uphill side of town past a perfectly adequate main to go down a hill to get pumped uphill again. It just doesn't make any sense. So that's from an engineering perspective, that's the preferred choice, is to find a way to tie into that JSSD main.
I think that's an excellent project for a couple of reasons, Phil. You bring up a good point. Not only does it help avoid 2 other capital projects that would otherwise be necessary, it has ongoing benefits in the O&M and the energy required to not have to pump that sewage anymore. You want to go on to the next slide, Abby? The next thing we identified is carrying capacity. The next thing was the lift station over in Deer Waters Phase 1. And this project is actually being completed as part of the Lakeview approval that's in construction that we believe is starting this year. We should be connecting that Deer Waters lift station over to Shoreline and combining the Shoreline lift station. This project actually got more complicated. There were 2 lift stations planned in Deer Waters, one as shown, and then another one up in Phase 4 that was approved, I believe, last month. And then when Lakeview came in, they had planned yet another lift station. So there's going to be a total of 4 lift stations that the town would have to operate and maintain. Working with the developer, we've been able to combine all of those lift stations into a new lift station. And so we'll be building, as part of the Lakeview project, a new lift station at the bottom of Shoreline Phase 2, which will replace 1, 2, 3, 4 lift stations and be much more efficient and much easier for the town to operate in the future. And so that was a recommendation, but as part of the development approvals, we've been able to get the developer to fund that one, and it's moving forward. Part of our update is if we didn't do those, we provided some cost estimates. As you can see, they're largely all big dollars. Silver Sky, if we were to divert that to the highway, we're estimating somewhere around $50,000. I should point out that with the cost escalation we've seen this spring, I would anticipate that number to continue to rise, at least in the near future. Dead Man Gulch, if we had to update that, would be fairly expensive. And then the Deer Waters flow, like I said, is being taken care of through the Lakeview construction this summer.
So Ryan, can you go back to that slide for just 1 second? Does by tying into Soaring Hawk and Golden Eagle into the JSSD line, that doesn't take away that flat section in Silver Sky, right? We still have to fix that as well.
It does not take away that section, but it removes enough of the flow that it's no longer over capacity. So there is a discussion about leaving that in the capital improvement plan to keep the slope more consistent, which would prevent the solids and debris potentially backing up. But with the JSSD, or with diverting Golden Eagle and Soaring Hawk straight into the JSSD line, we no longer have a capacity issue in any of the pipes.
Okay.
We may have a backup problem and a settling issue that we would want to continue also relay that pipe.
Well, I guess I think we should put together an estimate for that piece as well.
Okay. And that is in the full master plan. What we tried to prepare for tonight was a condensed few slides.
Okay.
So to be clear, the only thing that comes out of the town's pocket is that Silver Sky piece, the row 1 here.
Yes. Right now we have not figured out a way to fund the other project, that project yet.
So question, I see Dead Man's Gulch, Deer Waters are anticipated that developers will cover this cost, but so for the tying Soaring Hawk and Golden Eagle into the JSSD sewer main on Highway 248, why could that not be a developer cost item?
Because the plans for both Soaring Hawk and Golden Eagle have been approved and we're under construction with the previous administration routed under the highway. And so they have yet to come back to the town for any approvals that would allow us to talk about making this change. I have worked with Golden Eagle and they have changed their plans in a couple of locations. and they are making other tie-ins. And so the original plan was that 100% of the sewage from Golden Eagle was going to go through this connection. I'm working with them to make one and hopefully two other connections further up the highway, which will, keep the amount of flow down. And so they have been working with us. They have made those other changes. This one, they have approved plans, and I haven't convinced them that they should do this one at their expense yet.
And which developers are funding the second two items?
The Lakeview group.
They're doing both of them.
The group building Lakeview is decommissioning that one in Deer Waters as well as and Shoreline, as well as building the new Shoreline, what we're calling the Vantage Lane lift station.
And the name of the developer is?
I believe that's Nate Broadbank. I don't know what other partners he has with Lakeview.
Okay. And the developer for tying the Soaring Hawk and Golden Eagle into the JSSD sewer, the one that you haven't been able to secure funding with, is which developer?
Mustang.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Ryan, this is Ralph. If you factor in what we've estimated as, I think, 175 new homes per year coming in, will that, has that been factored into your impact study? So when does that suddenly become an issue if we average, which it looks like we're doing here so far, say, 175. So in 2 years, you have 350 new homes coming online into the sewer project. So any thought to that? Or does some of this reduce the impact of exactly that, and we have a buffer to add more homes without investing in more sewer?
I would say to add more homes, we would want to run that model. It would depend on where. Portions of the system certainly have additional capacity. Other portions are going to be very close to capacity as we define the level of service. With regard to when they're going to build out, you'll note that we did have an asterisk there on the previous slide for Silver Sky. The concern primarily there was that if Golden Eagle were to build rapidly, that would become a problem in the next 3 to 5 years, which is why we've prioritized that as the first project. The Deadman lift station capacity is much higher, and while it will become a problem, it's further down the road. It's not in the next 3 to 5 years, and so we have time to plan that one if the Lakeview plans don't go as scheduled.
Yeah, so I'm guessing you kind of built a little bit of a spreadsheet with, what if timelines or something along those lines.
We have a graph in the spreadsheet that talks about the anticipated growth rate and how that compares to the sewage. It's a little difficult to answer your question because it depends on where the homes are going. If all the homes are going to the new lift station, the number of homes we can build is one answer. If all the new homes are running through Silver Sky and into the Deadman lift station, then I have a different answer. And so what we did, we took our best shot at it, but unfortunately, it depends a little bit on where the homes are, not just how many there are.
Yeah, no, I get that. And so I was looking for like a worst case scenario.
Worst case scenario is we don't do that. We don't do that first project. That's the worst case scenario. By far and away, that's the worst case scenario.
The worst case scenario would be 80% of Golden Eagle has homes on it. Soaring Hawk is built out, and the sewage is still headed through the system into the Deadman lift station. We would start to have issues at that point.
Gotcha. Thanks.
But through this model and study, our hope is that we're going to identify this and fix it, and then not have to be reactive.
So again, my kudos to Ryan and the team that been working on this as far as, the recommendation to make the changes for Lakeview. And the reason that they've been cooperative from the Lakeview team perspective is that they're saving the investment into 3 separate other lift stations. and we're pooling the same funds and putting it into rebuilding the Vantage Lane lift station to handle that load. So the benefit of that is we get a more robust commercial style lift station, because the ones we've been using along the way are more canned units where they come, prefab, and while they work, they don't have the same life cycle as a robust one that we're talking about building. And that simplifies for the town and moves us from having 4 units that we're managing and brings us back to just 2. So it simplifies the maintenance effort for the town as well. So we're excited about that project. To date, I don't know of any barriers to that moving, the 2 and 3 moving together over the course of the next 1 to 2 years as part of that whole build out there as that project moves forward. So really it's getting ourselves a capital plan and funds allocated to do the tie-in from separating the uphill side of the town to up above 248 side of the town. And that's, Ryan was showing $55,000 or so, but I'm guessing by the time we get it there and the cost of things, we're probably closer to the $80,000 or $90,000 range. But we need to start saving for that and get that targeted for, I would say, no more than 2 years out. We really need to get it planned out and mapped and start working on that.
That was going to be my next
That's going to take a lot
question.
of
Do we already have funds earmarked for this, or do we have to save for it? And it sounds like you just answered that question.
Well, we have, this is in our enterprise fund, Jerry. Water and sewer are in the enterprise fund. There is cash in the enterprise fund. So we have to decide is, how much of that do we take versus, or do we have to adjust rates to ensure that we don't take the enterprise fund to zero? Because we also need to have funds for, emergency response kind of stuff in case there's an issue with either the water or the sewer systems. So that has to be looked at. We don't have the answer to that just yet, as to whether or not we want to just tap what we have on hand, or whether or not we want to make a rate adjustment, recognizing that this has to be an improvement. Because this is, I don't know if this is impact fee eligible. This tie-in and would qualify for that. I think we have work to do to understand that as well. So we're not quite ready to talk about how we're going to fund it. So tonight's purpose is not to fund the projects. It is to have that we now have sanitary sewer plan. We understand where the challenges are, and by code we should have one of these for water, sewer, and storm drain. We have money in the budget for the coming year, which is going to be next on the discussion list, to have a funding for the sanitary sewer. The water one is mostly done. All the hard work is done. We've just got some work to do with JSSD to make sure we understand all the allocations from them so that we can confirm some timelines on that. But so this is the first one you're going to see. You're going to see a water one, I hope sometime in the next couple months, and then in 21, 22 you'll see a storm drain one. And we have to formally adopt these plans per code, and we haven't had them historically with the town, so it's been a delinquency on our part that we've been closing the gap on. So the purpose tonight is to review so you guys know we've done it, that it's been well thought out and modeled, and we've got, it tells us enough to think about, to take the output of that plan, put a capital plan together to support making the recommended adjustments to the sewer system. We're going to see the same thing, like I say, for water. There's going to be some recommended adjustments there as well. But tonight we're basically putting in front of you this new plan, and I'm hoping for your support in adopting this plan for the town of Hideout. we'll be back asking for funding at some point, but that's not tonight.
You know, I just want to say thank you to Ryan and our engineering firm. This is good stuff. I'm so glad that you're putting this plan together for us. And I am looking forward to getting it adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, Abby, you can drop the share. Thanks.
And was that plan part of the inclusions? I wasn't sure I saw that in the document. So is that, Ryan, do you know, or someone, Alicia maybe, was that part of our package?
Inclusions in what?
In our
I'm
package.
sorry, inclusions in
I
what?
didn't see that.
No, the plan's not in your packet. No, it's not in your packet. It's much bigger than what you just saw tonight. And we certainly can send it to you. That's not a problem. But it's not in the packet.
Thank you.
I think I'm sharing the agenda. Yeah, I am. According to this, I am anyway. So what I need, similar to what we just did for a canvas, is I'd like to canvas the team for adopting a motion to adopt the sanitary sewer plan as presented.
We haven't seen the whole plan, right? We saw a summary of it. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a ton of details, Chris. There's a lot of engineering stuff, but you've seen the highlights. I mean, if you want to see the whole plan before you're willing to adopt it, then we'll send it out and we'll postpone it for another month.
I'm just wondering, should we actually see the actual plan before we adopt it instead of the summary? Not that, you know, I'm an engineer, but
I will tell you that I am an engineer. I have been deeply involved in this and feel confident about it, but I don't know. Polly, what's the requirement?
It's
in your mind, they have to have the entire plan before they can adopt it?
well, before Polly answers that, let me just say why I'm asking, Mayor. I don't know that the plan is, that, you know, we haven't seen the plan. It's not, we don't know that it's finished, right? So you're asking us to adopt something that I don't even know if it's finished because we just haven't seen it. We haven't seen a version of it that says master plan, and here it is. So I'm just wondering what state it's in, and should we actually, you know, see it to verify that it exists before we adopt it.
Okay, so we'll send it out to the entire council. Ryan, if you would have that done, and we'll put it on the agenda for adoption at the next council meeting. And but we will not go through the details unless there's questions from you guys as you review it. And I'd appreciate those questions in advance so we don't spend a lot of time dealing with those. But
I'm
we'll
of the
move
same
that. We'll
mindset. Yeah, just like to see the
defer that.
plan in place. So, yeah.
We'll get that to Alicia so that it can be sent out. And I would echo what the mayor said. If you have any questions ahead of the next meeting, please let us know, and we'll be happy to answer those either in a public forum or individually, whatever is most appropriate.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that, Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your work, Ryan.
Okay. The next item is discussion and possible action to adopt fiscal 2022 tentative budget.
Mayor, point of order, if I may.
Yeah.
So we have a long list ahead of us. Are there items that could be deferred, or are we taking this meeting to midnight?
No, well, we have the choice staying at midnight. Everything after the budget can be deferred.
Okay, thank you.
But well, no, item 12 has to be discussed as well. So the budget and item 12 are critical. Everything else can be deferred. Let me get back to. I'm trying to see who's on to talk about the budget. Jan appears to be on. Hi, Jan.
Hello, I'm on.
How are things in Hawaii?
Oh, you're outing me.
Yes, I am. Because I'm jealous.
Let's just say I'm not sure I want to come back.
Back to Hideout. Yeah, I don't blame you.
Right. It's pretty dreamy.
Don't blame me. So I'm going to run through the summary slides. I want to give thanks to the budget committee. Myself, Ralph, Gwen Wetzel, a citizen, and Kirk Shadle, another citizen, Jan McCosh, and Wes, our treasurer. Nice piece of work. Highlights of the budget. General fund. As you know, we're experiencing tremendous building boom with strong demand for new construction. This construction and population increase is stretching the town's ability to monitor, contain many of the resulting issues stemming from this boom, but we're working on it. So key things. No increase in property tax rate again this year. Okay, we're not going to have to transfer funds from the reserve fund to balance the budget. Okay, we're projecting 128 building permits in fiscal 21-22 versus the projected 126 that should be pulled on or about by June 30th. We do have some revenue coming from subdivision fees. We also have sales tax revenue increasing because the town's population has increased, and our Class C road allotment funds increased because there are 2 miles of new road. So here's the sub breakout of revenue. I think it's very important to understand that these fees, building permit fees, revenue, subdivision fees, those things have corresponding debits on the other side. So this is not revenue that we just get to go spend, because it covers the cost of debits that, actions that the town takes in support of this growth. All right. So, building permit fees cover inspections. They cover the cost of code enforcement. They cover the cost of some of the costs associated with the drawing reviews and those kinds of things. So, so just recognize that, they look like big numbers because it's it's $1.2 million or so associated with that, but there's $1 million, there's $1 million worth of the spend on the other side of the ledger, which we're going to look at shortly.
Mayor, I don't see MIDA listed on here. So are we not anticipating that MIDA funds start flowing in during the next fiscal year?
The MIDA payment for that we will receive in this coming fiscal year is for 2019.
That's correct. We have one property.
That's one single property, so it's de minimis as far as the budget for this year goes. However, the 22-23 budget will have a significant increase in that. So our property taxes remain low. Again, we're 0.0008. I don't know that there's anyone actually lower than us as I look at this. So we're still, the hideout portion of your property tax bill is still quite small. They're less than 10% of revenue. A lot of the new, as new construction slows, taxes on par with other towns may only supply 15% of our budgetary needs. So that's something we have to keep in mind as we approach, and consider opportunities for commercial revenues or other sources of revenue. So even if we bump up to go to the median, we're still going to be well short of our budgetary needs. So that's something, we have to keep in mind as we continue to look at this. But at the moment, we're not looking to raise the tax rate for the town for the coming fiscal year. We do have some expense projections in here. We're going to hire, we need to hire another public works or town engineer or some combination of both that we need to bring into. Public works is needed just because there's just too many roads and too much area to cover for two guys to plow and maintain. We need another body. We're looking at whether we do town engineer or but somehow working with Ryan or building inspections or what, but we're working to figure out how we're going to try and reduce the cost of building inspection, which hopefully can save us some money over current practices. We are adding full-time employee benefits for state health and pension, which is going to allow us to retain employees better. The council is well aware of this. I'm not sure if the general community is. We've done a lot of work in upgrading the talent for the town. We have really good people working on your behalf in the town of Hideout, regardless of what you may have read in various letters you've received. We've come a really long way and we have really nice talent. I'm really pleased with what we've done here. We're going to continue to use the sheriff for the increased patrols. We've got money in the budget, again, to continue to use the town planner and you just heard us talk about earlier tonight what a great job they did in far as the review of the subdivision, the Deer Spring subdivision work that we just reviewed. And although it's not on the chart, I met today with the Animal Control Board, and there's some money in the budget to ensure that we've got response capability from the Wasatch Animal Control Board. We've had with the increased number of people, and along with that, the increased number of pets, we've had a few incidents where around dog control and some folks calling and asking what we can do about that. So we've put in animal control. I have requested that they're going to present to council and the community either in the June or July meeting to tell us more about the services that they provide so everybody knows what's available to us. So those are the highlights of the general fund. Around the enterprise fund is what's used for water and sewer. So on the enterprise fund, we anticipate raising the rates. JSSD increased their rates to the town 5% last year, which we did not pass on in the 2021 budget due to the concerns about COVID. in not asking people to take on additional burden, particularly those that were financially impacted by the COVID. And then we've got connection fees that are likely to be up in line with the anticipated increase in building permit pulls. So we talked about that on the same, this is the same public works engineer type person that I talked about in the prior slide. It's just that 2/3 of their time gets charged to the enterprise fund. The water and sewer models, which I've already mentioned, they're done. So, but the stormwater model is not. So even though it says water and sewer, it really is stormwater model that's being financed in the budget. And we're going to continue to work on how we upgrade our capability for water and sewer system management without hiring additional town staff. Ideally, I'd like to outsource it, as I've mentioned to the council before, because these guys, JSSD have both a larger base to maintain, so they have a lot more flex labor. They also have a lot more of the tools to do the maintenance and repair of these systems. You know, they have vac trucks and all kinds of specialty tools for managing this stuff that the town does not have and cannot afford at this point. So outsourcing looks to be the best choice for us. So with that, I'm going to stop and let Jan or Wes, I don't know if Wes is on.
I am, Mayor.
So if you want to go through the...
I would maybe just add, I think you did a good job in covering the material, and I would just add maybe a couple things that we are kind of looking at a potential rate increase in the enterprise funds. And so that is still on the table between now and when we adopt the final budget. And then again, you pointed out that Hideout has really low property tax, and that's very much the case. The main concern there is where we don't have a lot of commercial development, commercial access for other sources such as sales tax. That may not be a trend that Hideout can maintain in the long term. So anyway, I thought you did a great job hitting the high points. I think we've also put some funds in there to look at some impact fee type studies so that the town can collect impact fees on development in the next few years instead of maybe down the road. We kind of look to maybe add that, see if we can accomplish some of those things that would help us collect fees on growth. And I think overall that's it. You've done a great job.
You want to kind of go through the balance sheets?
So I think pretty much that's a good high level summary. We can go into a little bit of the detail. I think as you pointed out, though, when you start to look at these figures, much of it is related to development. So if you have a slow in your construction or development process, that could have some significant impacts on the town financially. So that's, we want to try to diversify our revenue sources, and especially have maybe some more stable revenue sources over the long term. That would be maybe my biggest concerns with this year's budget. The sales tax growth, we are anticipating just under 150,000 in sales tax revenues, with about 150,000 in property tax revenues. So we are seeing growth in those two areas, and you can clearly see the amount of increase. If you look at our 2021 original budget that we set up with COVID potentially impacting it, we budgeted about 250,000 in building permit activity because we were concerned that maybe there wouldn't be as much activity. And as you can see, you know, we've had over 560,000 already in the current year, and the year's not even over, and we're anticipating about 750,000 in building permit revenue. As the mayor mentioned, there are offsetting costs associated with building activity. We have engineering and planning costs that the city has to pay in addition to building inspection fees and just overall costs associated with development. You know, regular staff even being involved, you know, the recorder and city administrator being involved in that as well. So we are budgeting that the town will have about 232 in surplus. And, you know, that's kind of the general fund summarized. We are anticipating.
I'll just get down to the bottom line here. So here you go. So this is the bottom line down here, guys. So this would be the net change, 232,000 that Wes was just talking about.
So
sorry, Wes, go ahead.
No, you're good. On to page 3, we have a fund set up for COVID-related grants that the city is anticipating they'll get. Those grants could come in before the fiscal year end, but at this point, we're just not 100% sure when those will come in, whether they'll be June or July. And we've also budgeted in that fund the use of those funds towards public safety and fire. We can use it. It looks like initially the Treasury's put out some guidance that we'll be able to use that on infrastructure, water and sewer systems. So, you know, we'll potentially look to, you know, use that potentially on streets or whatnot, some other options. When it comes to our street impact fee, we're anticipating about 300,000 in street impact fees in the coming year. We've collected about 276,000 so far this year. And again, we're anticipating that those will be paid out based on agreements that the town has in place. Our Class C road funds will grow a little bit. We're kind of anticipating about 78,000. We've also set aside a budget of 78. We haven't necessarily identified the specific project we'll use those on, but
what page are you on, Wes? I'm sorry.
What's that?
I said, what page are you on? I kind of lost that.
So I am on to page number 5, Class C road fund.
Okay, thank you. You gotta have me. You gotta tell me so I can move with you.
Okay. So anyway, we're anticipating that we'll use that revenue for some projects that Ryan will identify for the town. On to page number 6, our enterprise fund. We are anticipating that we'll collect about 1.1 million in revenues. Much of the revenues are associated again with water, sewer service, stormwater, and connection fees related to building. And we're anticipating that we will have to pay out significant amounts to Jordanelle Special Service District for our water and sewer fees that we pay to them. In addition to, you know, we're going to have some significant repair and maintenance. We've budgeted about 110,000 for repair and maintenance on the water and sewer systems. And we're also, as the mayor mentioned, we're looking at potentially another public works employee. So we've included some salaries and benefit costs associated with having another public works employee, the enterprise fund partially. On to page number 7, we've set up an initial culinary water impact fee revenue account. Those will be, I believe, all passed on to JSSD, as well as we've got a wastewater impact fee fund, but we haven't necessarily set up any kind of budget for that this year. And that kind of covers the different funds that we've budgeted for at this point. Council Mayor, any comments? So the thing that we do need to address tonight is we need to have the council just tentatively adopt this tentative budget. We will bring a resolution in the June meeting to adopt the budget, and we have to hold a public hearing. We need to make the final budget document available 2 weeks in advance of it being adopted. And so what I'm kind of recommending is that we look to adopt the budget in one of your June meetings. And we just need to set a public hearing date. So if you can essentially do 2 things, tentatively adopt the budget and set a public hearing date, we'll meet the requirements that the state has for our tentative budget.
Thanks, Wes. So as Wes just described, we would do a resolution tonight to adopt the tentative fiscal 22 tentative budget and confirm that the public hearing on the final budget will be on June 10th, 2021 at our at the same normal time as our regular meeting. Although this would be have to be a separate meeting. If you remember, those of you that were here last year, we did a budget meeting and a budget adoption, and we closed the meeting and immediately reopened it for the rest of the business for that day.
Hey, I've got a question for Wes before we work on the resolution. Wes, I always find the salaries, benefits, pension to be confusing because I know it's spread amongst the general fund and the enterprise fund. Just can you tell me how many, what was your assumption on the number of full-time employees with, getting the state health and pension benefits, and also what's the total number of staff that your assumption is in here?
Yeah, give me just a moment and I'll pull up my workbook.
I can speak to that. We have 7 employees right now, and we have 2 full-time employees, Alicia and Kent. Well, actually 3, because Travis has been working full-time, and we will be adding a couple of more employees as we've been discussing. And we need to pay anyone who works 20 hours or more state retirements under the plan. So many of our employees will be getting that retirement benefit.
Okay, but you have a number, like in your projection, are all 7 employees eligible for that state retirement? And is that your assumption in here, as well as, it sounds like 3 full-timers currently plus 2 new ones that would have to be, folded into the final budget numbers. I just wanted to know what your assumptions are.
Okay.
So
go ahead, Wes.
So I have those, Jan, if you want me to comment on that.
Yeah, you have the numbers. Go for it.
So there are 5 employees that would qualify for state retirement. And there's also 4 of them that would elect to move forward with health insurance coverage. So I don't know if you need more detail beyond that.
I don't need more detail beyond that. I don't need individuals' names or anything. I just want to know what the assumptions were in the current budget as we're looking at it.
Yep.
Thanks.
I have a question. It's about the anticipated building permits. With the incredible increase in building supplies and costs, do you anticipate that that will affect any of the builders that are coming in to build? Not so much the developers, but the single family homes?
So when we developed our building permit budget, we anticipated that most likely there would be significantly more building permits, but we kind of took a conservative approach and said, we're just not sure. So we really want to just recognize maybe 70% of those permits, even though they had reached out and discussed with some of the builders what they anticipated. We wanted to kind of scale that back and try not to be too aggressive in our number of building permits.
Okay, so you did take that into consideration.
Yes, Carol, I actually talked to all of our builders and got a number of permits that they were expecting. So we were working from fairly good data.
And that data kind of definitely lines up with what the Park City Realtor Association's been doing every year. They really look at the area numbers, all in both counties, and they still expect. It's always hard to tell, but I was looking at their data, and it's still a high growth that they're expecting in the next 12 months based upon the economy. And if you even macroed that out, it makes sense. We at least, actually, Gwen and I were looking, it ran some estimates based upon, even a straight line of 150 new homes being built per year. And right now, I think, Jan, the number was 182 was a number that you came in, and we made that more conservative in this estimate because that's the bulk of the revenue, But
right.
Even if you ratchet that down to 125 or 130, you get that $700,000 number or that range of things. And then if you match that up against what the Realtor Associations expect in this area, from Camas to Heber to Park City, it kind of matches. So that's a good thing. But 2 years from now, the economy could go in another direction. We don't, nobody really knows. So the problem that I saw, was basically what Wes said. Hey, if we don't get some ratables in here, and we have a hiccup economically, either locally or at a national level, then you don't have a steady source of income coming in through the building permits and the subdivision fees, which make up the bulk of the revenue. So then you're raising taxes. And then if we raise taxes even at $10 a month, and we had 2,000 homes, that only brings us $250,000 a year if you do the math. And at that rate, then we're really down to a situation of that doesn't supply very many people. It doesn't cover very much expenses. In fact, at $250,000, that's 1/6 of our budget. So that's the what ifs could look bad if the number of new permits, subdivisions goes down. And I think that's where we have to kind of think about how that will come about. Another good reason why we need some commercial in the town, if that makes sense. I mean, that's what we kind of did some back of the envelope spreadsheet stuff that kind of looked out 5 to 10 years and what could happen.
And I do think with growth, you will start to see the opportunity for commercial development that'll help diversify your revenue sources. But you also need to consider too, if you're the lowest town in the list of property tax amounts there, and you're heavily reliant on building permit, there's much more risk in that type of scenario.
And Wes, you were saying in one of the meetings that we had that, just getting a gas station in here due to the high tax, per gallon kind of thing, that would be a just even one commercial like that would be pretty solid increase in terms of revenue.
Well, it would really help your transportation tax. When people come and fill up, they pay transportation tax, and that goes directly to the municipality in which the fuel's sold. So just having, even a fuel station there would really help your transportation tax dollars.
Besides the fact that we need one.
Is electric charging considered fuel, or is that not yet?
So you have franchise taxes that you collect off of your utility funds.
We do.
And
we do.
That's budgeted in your general fund. But specifically transportation tax, your fuel tax for your vehicles, that does a lot of funding for your roads that at some point you're going to need. I think Ryan might have had a.
I was just going to add that. I was just going to add that to date we have not seen a slowdown. I would have thought with the increased costs, but so far everybody is pedal to the metal, and the increased costs are not affecting anybody. And I did want to also echo what Wes said, that that's not going to be true forever. And so if we're balancing the budget off of subdivision and building fees, that's great for this year, but I can't continue forever.
Thanks, Ryan. So at the moment, we're projecting, in summary, 1.7 million in revenue, 1.5 million in expenses. So 230,000 net addition to the reserve fund. So that's where it is right now. This is again a tentative budget. As Wes mentioned, there's still some more work being done by the budget committee. Again, I want to thank the budget committee for all their work. They've done a great job. We're blessed to have the kind of capability we have in this community, and we're blessed that that so many folks who are not in elected positions are dedicating time to help us do this work. So thanks particularly to those folks, because that's what makes it so much better. It's such a much better place to live, is because people get involved. We appreciate that. So I'm kind of circling around to what Wes reminded us that we need to do, which is to resolve to adopt the getting back to the agenda here.
Adopting a tentative budget for fiscal year 2022.
Yeah, I don't think you actually have a resolution.
I was just going to, you don't have to adopt it by resolution. You just tentatively, you need to have a vote, say we're tentatively adopting the budget.
I need a motion. I need a motion to adopt. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Also move.
The tentative budget, and to set June 10th at 6 p.m. the time to do a public hearing and adopt the final budget.
Okay. Also move that.
Thank you, Carol.
I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. Jerry?
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Thank you. Chris?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, nice job, folks. I appreciate that very much.
Mayor,
There's a lot of other stuff on this list. Go ahead, Jen.
I'm going to drop off, but I just wanted to say on the weeds, we went over the weeds before, and I probably had a chance to take a look at them. So we're pretty close to reviewing the weeds. And I wonder if we could just maybe quickly adopt a resolution and we can start putting in our plan to address the weeds, or would you rather move it to the next meeting?
Thank you, Wes. See ya. So again, guys, I don't know where your energy levels are. You know, weeds, there's a process on weeds we want to talk about. There's a process on dark skies. There's a process on international fire code. We need to talk about. It's not a long one, but it does need to be talked about. You know, we wanted to put a code enforcement improvement in on our code enforcement processes, but I know you're all getting late and it's getting hard. So I need to know where you are. Ideally, I mean, all of these are, you know, knowing us 20 minutes apiece. So
I've got
you
a
know, we're
flight in the
looking at
morning
another
I
hour
haven't
and a half.
even packed for, so I'm hoping we close this down soon.
And I know
I
Bob
got
has
a
a
flight in the morning. I have to
morning,
work.
and he wants to go as well. Then, so would the rest of you want to continue or just continue these items?
Well, I know we've been working on weeds for like 2 years. Do we finally have something that's, you know, in the format where we can adopt it? If so, this is the time of year to get on it.
Don't disagree. But again, there's only it's okay if there's only 3 council members. That it constitutes a quorum and it could continue. But it would have to be unanimous on any adoption, that's all. So if you want to continue, we can do that. And those that need to get off can get off. One thing I do want to do before everybody goes away and then we come back is I am going to be in Southeast Utah, May 18th through June 4th. It is the Four Corners area of the world. The reception there is questionable at best for a good bit of that. And so I would really like to be able to appoint a mayor tempore for those dates. If somebody is going to be here and be willing to step in if I am unreachable.
So normally
But
I
I need to
would
know
throw my hat in the ring, but there are 3 days during a time period where I will not be available.
I'm also out across the Memorial Day weekend and a couple days either side of it. So.
And what dates were they, Phil? 18th to the 26th or something like that?
18th of May to the 4th of June.
Yeah, and I may be out some of those days as well because JC's coming in and we might be doing some traveling. That was the plan. Otherwise,
You don't have to sit in the office, guys. Just, you know, you just have to be willing to pick up the phone if there's some kind of crisis, basically. I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know what we do, Polly, if we don't have somebody nominated to.
No,
I mean, I can't complain.
I'm willing, but that first week I can't do it. So I can't, if we could split it, I can do.
Yeah, we could split it.
Hey, Chris, maybe I could split it with you or even split some of those days. So do I have to make that decision? I need to look at my calendar. You know, I'm up at 5 and working all day myself, Phil, you know that. But usually I can break down in the afternoons. So I'd be more than happy to, but I do want to check my calendar. Can I get back to you tomorrow? And maybe, Chris, we could just share something offline and see how we can put this together.
So how can I appoint outside of a public meeting or how does that work?
No, you could appoint Chris when she's available and then appoint
Ralph when he's available
for the times that she's not available. And then you will send that summary, those dates to Alicia and Jan so that if there is an emergency, we know who's the acting, who's the pro tem.
All right, can we, I'm always, you can always try and call me too. Because not that I won't have my phone.
I can start on the 25th, but not before that. So if someone can take
on the
18th to the 24th, I could start on the 25th.
Okay. 25th to June 4th.
Yeah, so somebody take the first week and I can take the remainder.
Yeah.
Well, put me down for that.
Anybody
I know I'm going to be here because JC's flying in.
Okay.
So I don't think, if we take any time off, it'll probably be later. So I guess put me down.
All right. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. We won't do this tonight. I'll put it back on the agenda for the next meeting. Polly has recommended that we nominate someone to be the mayor, permanent mayor pro tem. Not that you have to be here every moment of the day, but if I'm run over by a bus, it would be good to already have somebody appointed. And I'm not volunteering to do that, but stuff happens. So, the thought is if somebody on the council is willing to wear that hat, even though you don't have to do anything all the time, then I'm still, available compos mentis. And we could still appoint somebody special for the times that I'm traveling or something, but just that would be a true dire emergency kind of role where if I am incapacitated and unable to act in the role of mayor, that somebody would already be in a position to do that versus otherwise you have to call a special meeting and go through a process. So keep that in the back of your mind. We'll tee it up for the next session, but I'd appreciate somebody thinking about whether they'd be willing to be the person that gets called when I'm incapacitated, should I become incapacitated in a permanent way. Or even temporary way, but still incapacitated. Anyway, that's the thought process. All right, so thank you. Well, I'm going to appoint Ralph as the mayor pro tem. Want your agreement for this? Appoint Ralph as a mayor pro tem from 18 to 24 May. Chris from 25 May to June 4. Council okay with that? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. All right. So what do you want to do? Want to call it a night? You want to talk about this stuff?
I got a drop.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember at one time we said sometimes we have too much business to cover in one monthly meeting?
Yeah.
And then we had a second one on the 4th.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the second one this month falls on Memorial Day weekend. So that makes the attendance really difficult. We've already tried to set something else for that date and we don't have enough people to do it. So
maybe you extend the agenda on the June 2nd that we're doing the special session. Can you move some of these items to that?
If the council's willing, we could do that.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
that makes sense to me.
The June 2nd special session, we have a meeting the following week, our regular meeting. So I think most of the items should go off to the regular meeting in June. I do want to ask if anybody has the appetite to cover the weed bond and the weeds, since it is about to be weed season here.
It is. Again, I only need 3 to stay. So I just need 3 people to be willing to stay. If you trust your colleagues.
Well, Chris, I'll stay. I don't have a flight, but I do have an early morning. So I think Carol does too. But if we can knock this off in 20 minutes and make some sense out of it and make an intelligent decision, I'll stick with you.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah,
I'll stay. I'll stay.
Thank you, Carol.
Okay, well, I'm going to sign off then, guys. Good night.
Thank you, Jerry.
Safe travel, guys.
Bob. And
Yeah.
Bob, you're welcome to go. Well, thanks.
All right. Thanks, guys. I'm out. Bye.
Fly safe, my friend.
Wilco.
So, and I don't know if Jan dropped off as well. I think she said she did. No, she's still there.
I'm
Jan,
here.
you still there?
Yep.
Do you want to just briefly summarize what's going on here?
Okay. We put in place a weed cash
I'm gonna
bond that
start.
will be for developers, and it will be released after 3 years. I modeled Heber's after meeting with Wasatch County, and Ryan will just collect a weed bond as part of our general. It's just an increased amount for the general development bond. So part of it will be devoted to weeds, and there's an application to get it back. And it's really what Heber has been doing, and it has been working very well.
Basically, it's $500 an acre.
Okay, who would this apply to? Let's say we adopted this. Who would this weed bond requirement apply to?
Subdivisions. So if you can go up to that's the agreement people would fill out, but there's an actual ordinance.
Yeah, it's down the bottom. It's actually after the agreement, not in front. So I'm getting there.
Okay, sorry.
Quick question. The bond is usually for, I thought was for the completion or adequate completion, but not for liability. Am I reading that right, Polly, or am I off on that?
The bond is to make sure that the area is free of weeds. So if we have to abate, we would use that money.
Okay, so it is kind of like a completion bond. That's what I thought here. And if it doesn't get completed properly, we have the right to go against the bond to complete the job, just like you would do in construction. Am I reading that correct?
Yep.
Yep.
That's correct.
Okay. And okay, but it's not relieving them for any liability if they caused harmful, if there was something harmful to the environment or something of that nature, correct?
Right.
We're not eliminating any of their other kinds of liability.
No, this is only to be used for weeds. So even if there's something else going on, we can't use this. This money is specific to abate noxious weeds.
And who does it apply to? Is it, if we were to adopt this ordinance, does now suddenly everybody, let's say every subdivision who's,
So there are two portions to it. So the first section is changing the language regarding what's considered a nuisance when it comes to weeds.
Okay.
So, keep going down. Okay, unfortunately, I should have double checked unfortunately, the redlining is not showing up here. So there's new language. There's already some existing.
Well, you want to send it to me, Polly? I can put it up.
Yeah.
Or Alicia. So all I have is the PDF version right now.
Okay.
So I can't pop the redlining out.
So Jan, do you want to jump in and explain how this would apply while I find the ordinance?
I really need to jump off. I'm going to just let you take it from here if you're all right with that.
Okay.
Okay. Alicia, do you happen to have the original that Polly sent?
I have it. Here we go.
Okay. Well, I'll let you share it if you want.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to share from your screen, or you want me to do it?
I can do it. Let me just make sure there's nothing sensitive on my computer. Here we go. Okay. So Share screen. Screen. Oh, come on. Are you seeing it or are you seeing my kid?
No,
I'm seeing you.
Nothing.
I'm seeing everybody.
Okay. Let's try that.
There,
You see,
there you go. You started sharing. It hasn't popped up yet. There it is.
you see it?
Yes.
Yeah, if you can make it a little bigger, that would be helpful, but yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
There you
you
go.
can see that, so we're allowing for issuing an administrative citation for violations. Oh, maybe it was okay. I guess that was the only change there. Okay. And then you can see, maybe your PDF was okay. We just wrote it down. Here was standards for weed control, that this all applies to everybody, to owners, all owners in Hideout. And then the last part allows for administrative citations. And then section 2 allows for the bond. So when you do a construction permit, you have to put up the bond. But just not every subdivision has to put up a bond. It's only when you're building. And I think the thinking behind that was that that's when weeds kind of take hold initially, is during construction.
So we wouldn't be able to require a bond for, let's say, shoreline 2, which is currently,
Yes.
What was that? Would we be able to require a bond for, they're in progress?
It's a little hard to ask for it once people are already vested and have their applications in.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That answers my question.
What about all the empty lots that haven't been built, that are owned by a major entity? So they,
well,
go ahead.
They would be subject to the first part of this, which is the general standards for weed control, which is under the nuisance standard. And that has, that they could be fined if they don't abide.
They could be fined. What would a landowner be fined if, or anyone,
Right, so it would be a combination of being fined and paying abatement cost. So we have, I think we charge, I cannot remember off the top of my head, but under our enforcement, our fee schedule, we have a fee amount for violations under the administrative code enforcement, which is, we have that already in our code. So it would be a combination of abatement and fines. I don't know the amount off the top of my head.
And there's a period of time to correct, and then it adds up for every day that it's not corrected after that period. It's a daily fine. So call it $100 a day for every day you don't fix it, And with these adjustments, it's enforceable, not just by citing people, but because we can then take that to the county and either put a lien on the property for the payment of that bond, or those kinds of things.
So if we didn't enact this tonight, how would we be operating? With we have nothing in place right now to cover this kind of exposure?
We operate on good faith. Not Carol Hazelton, but Carol Custerly. We send a notice out to everybody that it's weed season. I send a letter every year, remind everyone that they're supposed to do it. that they're supposed to send their receipt to the town hall. So we know that you've done it, but if they don't do it, there's nothing we can do at the moment unless until we change the language here and
Sure,
increase the enforcement option.
put some teeth behind it. I'm trying to get an idea of, are we not getting cooperation? Is that non-cooperation? Is that coming from?
Yeah, we have individual lot owners and people who own, in some cases, from investment purposes, multiple lots who aren't taking care of their weed control. We're more aggressive in the developed parts of town than we are in the undeveloped parts of town.
But would this
Just
apply
because-
to the undeveloped parts of town?
Yeah, absolutely. It applies to all of Hideout. But say the guys are busy, and the things we chase are, the ones where there's neighbors on either side, and those are the ones that we can spend some time on. The stuff that hasn't been that no one's living there yet, we've been less diligent about chasing. We still send the messages, but it's not like we're up there patrolling or over there patrolling, depending on where this is. But.
Well, I think we need to adopt this because, we've been talking for years about doing this. We finally have a good, ordinance and bond in place. I think we should do it. I think Heber City is a great model. I know I have talked to the Wasatch County, weed board, and, they made some good suggestions, and it sounds like we've incorporated many of them in this ordinance and bond proposal.
I agree. I'm all for adopting it.
Yep. And for anybody who's listening who's not from here, or we have a noxious weed problem in Utah, and if we don't get, we're never going to win the war, right? There'll always be noxious weeds, but we've got to at least try to, contain them and keep them from just simply taking over.
Thanks, Chris. My view is, guys, whatever this is, it's better than we had before.
I agree.
It doesn't mean we can't keep working. We can't keep working on it, but we got to get something in place. I want to get it announced that we've passed this, that people are going to be, we're going to be held more accountable than they have been in the past.
Yep.
And that we have mechanisms now to ensure that. Yep. And, again, request that everybody do what they're supposed to do, which is knock your weeds down.
Now, do we have an enforcement officer that we have to work on? Is that some administrative decision?
So we have tonight a resolution to kind of create a code enforcement officer and make it official. And then the mayor was going to appoint 2 people to be it. So if you have the patience to look at that as well, then we can put them in place and get them working.
I think we have to do both. I hope you don't, Ralph and Carol, I hope you can just hang on. I think we have to do both, and then we can wrap it up.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Are you ready for a motion to adopt this?
Ralph's got a question.
Okay.
It's not really a question, it's more of a comment. For one, I haven't read every word of this, certainly not the changes. But at the other side, I'm putting some faith in everyone. Chris, I think you've looked at this longer than I have, and you've seen the problems. The same thing with you, Bill. So I'm ready to move ahead.
All right. I just want you to know that I did read it earlier this morning, and then I went out in my yard and got my shovel and dug up a whole bunch of noxious weeds and stuck them in my trash can. So, it motivated me.
And you got them while they're small, Carol. They're just coming up.
No, I hate to tell you, they were huge. All those nettle things or those thistle things.
And my wife,
If it makes you feel any better, Carol, I was out spraying weeds today as well.
Okay, and I don't spray. I don't like the chemicals so much. I just dig them up.
and so was my wife. I was just gonna say that she was out there digging up and knocking down all kinds of stuff. So I guess I'm okay. I won't get fined this month. But-
Polly, if you want to release your share, Polly.
Okay.
Stop your share. I'll back to the
Great.
meeting stuff. Thanks for doing that.
Sure.
Come here, Zoom. Here, Zoom. Come on. Where are you?
So is the proposal to adopt with the edits that Polly just put up?
Yeah,
I think this really is what you see in the PDF is the final version. It just doesn't show the red and purple colors. So
I did read it. I
we-
wasn't sure if the
we-
edits were part of this, though. That's all.
I move that we adopt the ordinance amending Title 5, Chapter 4 regarding noxious weed control and adopting 1106-0803 requiring posting of weed abatement bond.
I second.
Chris, second. Carol. Okay, Ralph.
Yes, as long as I don't have to do the weeding. It's a yes. Sorry, Phil.
I'll tell Suzanne how you feel.
Right.
Carol.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. So the next item, and I don't know if the resolution, I don't see the resolution in here.
No, it is. It just follows it. It's the next
does?
thing. It's on, well, it's on my page 105. It's on the last two pages.
Oh. After the dark skies?
My resolution of the town of Hideout approving and authorizing code enforcement officers follows
Yeah, it's down
in
here.
the package.
Yeah, I pulled my package off the website, so it's not the same as the one she sent you because she added stuff to it today. All right, so so this is the resolution where I am recommending that the code enforcement officers be our public works guys because they're the ones that are out there enforcing code most of the time. We're not in a position to hire someone new. You know, I don't know how else to do this. So that's where I'm at.
You know, I've worked with Carol Custerly. She's a weed expert. I don't know if anybody knows more about weeds than Carol does in the town. So is it possible to add her as a code enforcement officer for the weeds?
You can appoint whoever you'd like. She'll have to give out fines, but you can have, of course, you can give her that responsibility.
I mean, that doesn't mean that they have to. Well, the code enforcement people just have to write the tickets. They don't have to be the ones that identify the weed problem. Carol can still provide the information to the guys and say this lot is not in compliance. But I haven't talked to her about it. But we can appoint her additionally, or do I need them, or can they just authorize me to appoint?
They can authorize you to appoint, or, I mean, we have it, you've appointed them, right? And then you guys can all vote to approve that appointment.
Well, I mean, I can appoint all three and then I'll sort it out after the fact since it's 10:30 at night, whatever.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. If you could just appoint all three and like you said, sort it out with them.
Okay. So we need to resolve the appointment of code enforcement officers to perform the duties for which the code enforcement officer and enforcement officer, municipal inspector. So the guys are more municipal inspectors of anything at the moment, but we can do that. So it'd be we're appointing with your alignment. I'll appoint Kent, Travis, and Carol.
Is there a
If you're okay
motion?
with that, then I
Yeah.
need a motion to adopt this resolution.
I so move.
I'll second.
So motion, Carol. Second, Ralph. Chris,
Yes.
Ralph,
Yes.
Carol.
Yes.
Okay, so I know you're all late and it's late and you're tired and whatever, but I was going to throw one more at you. You got to tell me if you need a long discussion, we'll delay it. But when we adopted the fire code, and I forget when it was, but it was some time ago. When we adopted that, I was under the impression that when you adopt that, you adopt the fire code in all its pieces. What I found out is that that doesn't cover everything, and so you have to also adopt the Appendix D. Even though it's part of the fire code, it's a separate appendix. It was presented or developed at a different time and has to be officially adopted. I'm not going to, I think you can either decide that you're comfortable that the International Fire Code knows what they're doing and we just need to adopt it officially so we can enforce it, or if you want time to process it, we'll have to wait for another meeting.
Well, I can tell you from my standpoint, and I did look at that as well. I previously worked with NFPA codes, the National Fire Protection Association. I'm less familiar with the international, but I'm assuming they're the same. So usually when you do adopt some kind of fire ordinance, that becomes your primary source of reference. Is that consistent with, and I can't remember when we were doing, some of the zoning, is that consistent with whatever else we've done? Because I thought we were quoting NFPA stuff.
Yeah, so the state code adopts the International Fire Code, and then we adopted it, but it specifically excludes the appendices. So all we're doing, and this is on recommendation of Wasatch Fire District and Ryan Taylor, our engineer, that we adopt Appendix C, which talks about road widths. And in fact, your code is completely consistent with it because your code requires 26 feet wide, excluding curb and gutter. And then you also do curb and gutter on top of that. And that is what Appendix D says.
So this just solidifies what we kind of left off previously. Okay, got it.
There's also some, I'm looking at it, I just Googled it, it's not very long, but there's also signage requirements that are in Appendix D, fire lane, no parking signs.
Yeah.
So I'm good to go forward adopting Appendix D.
I am
Given
too.
that we're in discussions with a number of folks about this right now for the unplotted properties that are being built, it'd be nice to have this in our toolbox.
Yeah, if it firms it up and cements the particularly the road width, I think, we don't want any leakage on that part as we're negotiating. So, yep, great.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for a motion to adopt the ordinance amending the municipal code 10.02.12, International Fire Code adopted to include Appendix D.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Yes.
Ralph. Sorry. We're all getting tired.
You know, maybe
Okay,
we
thank you very
should
much.
maybe we should keep our meetings to just 3 council members. Look how quickly we could move.
So that's what I was thinking too, you know, we have all these open positions for election, you know, and you've mentioned things go slower when we don't have a full council, but
Right.
Well, yeah, but they also have to be unanimous with only 3 members.
Right.
Right.
Or do everything at 9:45. Start your
That's
meeting.
right.
That helps a lot.
That'll
Okay.
solve this problem.
Thank you. Great idea. I'll start the meetings at 9 next time.
End at 10.
We'll be done at 10.
I need a motion to end the meeting, and we'll move the items that weren't covered tonight to the next session.
Definitely.
So
I'll
motion
move.
to close the meeting.
And I'll second.
Do you guys, we have some unfinished executive stuff. Do you want to defer that as well?
Yeah.
Polly, what would would it be okay if we waited to discuss?
Yeah, I think we can, you got enough of a discussion, so we can wait.
Okay.
I think we should do executive next time we get together and
Right.
finish what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need a motion to close the regular town council meeting of May 13th, 2021.
So moved.
Who wants to motion?
Chris.
You all want to go home. Somebody needs to make the motion.
Yeah.
Chris did.
I already did.
Oh,
And
I'm
I'll
sorry, I missed
second.
that, Chris.
And Carol already seconded. We're ready to go.
Moving on.
All in favor? All in
Yes.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you all very much, and appreciate everything tonight, and wish you all a restful time, and thanks to those of you that have volunteered to help cover me while I get some travel time in. So appreciate it.
for
and good night.
I'm sure I'll be in the same mode at some point. All right.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
good night.